please call the roll?
Councilmember Berman. Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Holman. Councilmember Klein. Vice Mayor Niss. Councilmember Price. Councilmember Scharf. Councilmember Schmidt. Thank you. Mayor Shepard. 9 present.
Is that with Dennis?
I just wanted to take a moment and see whether or not we should reverse the order of the first 2 items. So I've asked the city attorney to check with the chief.
Grab my purse.
My thought is, being advertised for 6:30, there might be folks who are not yet arrived. But
Right. So. Excellent. Okay, then let's go ahead with our study session on water shortage, and this is being brought to us by our utilities department. So take
Madam
it
Mayor,
away.
I might say something at first. So given the fact that it is almost 10 after, you'd set a half an hour aside for this, and we have the other item that you just acknowledged, the scheduling on. The staff has timed their presentation to about 13 minutes, and I would just sort of jump a little bit to the end that the most recent update we've gotten from the SFPUC doesn't represent sort of a change in their direction and direction to us. So if the council could live within that time frame, that would be great. And even if there are questions or comments that you would offer us that we can't get to, we could loop back with you. I think that there'll be more updates that will need to be coming in the future. Thanks. And with that, here's Jane.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Jane Ratchey, Assistant Director of Utilities, and as the city manager said, we do have a limited time tonight, so we're going to try to go quickly through this. But if you have questions, we'll be happy to answer them. Hopefully it's not too quick. But we'll be covering the water supply situation as we know it today. And we'll be talking about our drought, our water shortage contingency plans. So we just want you to know that we are prepared. The council adopted an urban water management plan in 2011, and those plans are in place, and so we are prepared for whatever San Francisco ultimately decides. We have a drought and water conservation communication plan that we are implementing right now, and I'll also get to how the drought impacts the hydroelectric supplies for the city. Why is everyone talking? So first of all, on January 17th, the governor declared a water supply emergency for the state and requested that people cut back their water consumption by 20%. And soon after that, the Santa Clara Valley Water District Board followed suit and requested that their customers cut back their water use by 10%. But then a month later, on February 25th, and that was after this presentation was completed, the Santa Clara Valley Water District Board increased their request to 20%. By the end of January, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, where we get all of our water, requested that customers voluntarily curtail their water use by 10%. And so that's where we are sitting right now. This slide shows San Francisco's total water supplies every month since January 2000. And so you can see as of the end of January 2013, and we don't have the numbers for the end of February, or actually January 2014, it is going down. Their total water supplies are going down, and so it from that perspective doesn't look that good. And I have a little bit more detail coming up. So this picture shows more history about the water supplies that San Francisco has in our regional system. And as you can see, during the last drought, which you may or may not remember, from 1987 to 1992, the water supplies were much, much lower than they are currently. And so we're not nearly in as bad a situation as we were at that time. And since that time, San Francisco has operated the system in a fundamentally different way. It's called the Water First Operational Plan. And so they hold a lot of water in storage rather than letting water go down and produce electricity. So they always act every year as if the following series of years will be drought years. And so that's why at this point in time, they're asking us for some reduction in water use, but the water supplies are fairly good because they're always planning for the next 3 years to be dry years. This next slide shows a breakdown of what these regional system supplies consist of. The first on the bottom, these are how much is held in the local reservoirs, and these are the reservoirs in the peninsula and over in the East Bay, and so that's in the green. This next one are what they call the upcountry or the mountain reservoirs. This is Hetch Hetchy and 2 other reservoirs up in the mountains that provide a lot of the storage for the regional water system. And the final amount in purple is what is called their water bank, and this is water that they store in Don Pedro Reservoir. And so the total sum of these are a little over 1 million acre feet as of the end of January 2014. And then this little line at the bottom shows you what the annual water consumption is for the region. And so it's about 250,000 acre feet a year. So we have approximately 4 years of water in storage. So it's not a dire situation. You can see back in 1987 through the 92, it was a dire situation. But again, we've got to act as if the next several years will be dry years. So the last series of slides were about the regional system, San Francisco's water supplies. This is a picture, a long-term picture of the city of Palo Alto's water consumption. And as you can see, the city's water usage peaked in about 1975, right before a very severe, very dry year in 1976, 77. And then water use bounced up after that drought, and then it went down during the 80s, early 90s drought. And we've sort of been trending generally down since then. So our water usage is much lower than it was in 1975. This is a picture of water sales by customer class over that period. And I'm just going to kind of go quickly through these slides unless there are any questions. This one shows residential per capita water use, and so it's been going down for the past 13 years. So this is a good thing. This is total water use divided by population. So it's total per capita water use. This is the measure that the state uses for the 20% by 2020 goal. And so the line there is what Palo Alto's goal to meet by 2020. And as you can see, we're already below that 20% by 2020 goal in total water use per capita, which is the measure that's based on. And so now turning away from water supplies to how we're prepared for a dry water situation, just want to remind everyone that Council did adopt the 2010 Urban Water Management Plan. This is a plan that's adopted every 5 years. It has, as part of it, an urban water shortage contingency plan, and that includes 4 stages of water shortage situations and what all the different measures, rate structures, whatever, would need to meet those cutback requirements. And so we are now in stage 1, which is a 5 to 10% reduction, and we are now implementing that plan. And if San Francisco requests additional water restrictions or water cutbacks, then we would go into maybe stage 2 if they requested a 20%. We just heard today an update from San Francisco that they're still holding the 10% request, but they may change their mind depending on the next several weeks. But on April 15th, we've heard that they'll make their final declaration, whether they're going to maintain the 10 or increase it to 20 or whatever. And so it's still not too early to pray for rain or do your rain dance. But we are in stage 1. And so as you would expect, as we go down to the stage 2, 3, and 4, we get into more and more restrictions. And so if there's no questions, we'll just kind of go right on to what those are. So each of these stages of the plan include outreach programs, demand-side management programs, and water use audits, and then rate structures too. So here, this is sort of a little bit of an overview of where we are, which is stage 1. So we have an ongoing informational outreach program, audit programs, we have demand-side management programs. Was I supposed to do this part? Okay. And as far as rate structures, we don't anticipate that we do a special drought rate structure in a stage 1 plan. And also, Palo Alto has on the books permanent water use restrictions. And these include no runoff and flooding, gutter flooding, like overwatering your lawn or allowing water to just flow out of your hose without a shut-off valve. Those are permanent restrictions that aren't just during a drought. So these are already in place. For construction use, contractors go to the treatment plant and get recycled water for use in dust control for construction. And you're required to repair broken or defective plumbing under our permanent water use regulations. And then there are kind of already set up a group of more and more restrictions depending on what stage of a plan we're in. So if San Francisco called for a 20% reduction request, for example, we could quickly request that council approve additional water use restrictions, and we've done that in the past. And so those are already set up. There's more details in our 2010 Urban Water Management Plan, but they generally are, they get to things like restricting landscape watering on certain days and things like that. For example, no washing cars it could get to if the situation got worse. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Catherine Elvert, and she'll talk about what the city is doing and what our demand-side management programs are.
Good evening, council members. I'm a utility account representative with the city, and I manage the city's water conservation programs. So the city has been very proactive at evaluating indoor and outdoor water use at city facilities to identify water efficiency improvements. And as a result, most city facilities have been upgraded with high-efficiency toilets and fixtures. Also, we are looking at various areas where we can replace irrigated turf grass with some native plants for a climate-appropriate landscape. We continue to identify various locations in which this would be appropriate. One of the larger landscape conversion projects underway right now is at the golf course, in which we are replacing turf grass with native grasses, and also we will be able to receive a rebate for this replacement and yield sizable water savings as a result. Staff has also applied to the Santa Clara Valley Water District for grants for innovative water conservation programs, which would include expansion of advanced water use monitoring and metering at city facilities and businesses, as well as the potential delivery of water reports to the business community. As you may recall, recently Palo Alto began delivering home water reports to residential customers, in which home water use is benchmarked against homes with a similar demographic for a real dynamic analysis of water use. It's yielded very favorable results so far, and we hope to expand that. We also continue to work with the Santa Clara Valley Water District to deliver free surveys to businesses and homes, also free efficiency devices, and in some cases, increased rebate levels for various programs. So we are educating customers about easy actions they can take to reduce their water use. Many actions require no cost at all or a low cost to customers, such as identifying and repairing leaks. Running toilets and irrigation systems are the most problematic leaks on site at homes and businesses, and those can waste hundreds of dollars per month for customers. Also, we're working with the Zero Waste Group to educate customers about the fact that they don't need to rinse recyclables before disposing of them in the waste stream, and then various other behavioral changes such as adjusting irrigation schedules, making sure that there is no runoff, and behavioral modifications. We do provide free services to the community to assist in their water efficiency efforts, such as home and business water surveys, free water efficiency devices, and also in some cases installation for items such as toilets in the business community. We would like to invite the community to join us at the second annual Great Race for Saving Water on Saturday, April 19th, which is a 5K fun run and walk designed to raise awareness about water resources and water conservation. In addition to our standard outreach to the community, we have really ramped up our efforts to educate people about the importance of water conservation, particularly during this dry time period. So this includes everything from our standard bill inserts to various print ads, and these items can be distributed at community locations. And we've been working with the schools to educate students about easy ways that they can reduce their water use, save water, and the beauty of this is that they bring this information back home to their families to spread the good word. Here are a couple bill inserts that we have been sending out to our residential customers. We've expanded the delivery of bill inserts to our commercial segment as well to educate them about efficient resource consumption. We developed a central web page to provide information on all of our water supply updates, water projects, and programs, including efficiency rebates. We are going to where the community is. We are going to where the people are. We're expanding our presence in social media via Twitter, Facebook, and Nextdoor. We're also attending Palo Alto neighborhood group meetings in which we can talk with customers about the water supply situation and tell them about ways that they can easily conserve water and how we can help. This week we have a facility managers meeting with some of our larger business customers in which we will be able to provide that same information. We are making sure that we are maintaining an active presence in the media, and we are actively working with our local partner organizations in the community, such as Canopy, Acterra, Master Gardeners, and the local landscape community.
Okay, back to me. So as you know, we have a majority of our electric supplies are hydroelectric based, and so a drought impacts the electric utility as well as water utility. And so I just wanted to show you a little bit of what the impact of a drought is on the electric utility. Of course, we wouldn't have restrictions like we do on the water side, but it still is an impact and an increased cost on the electric side. So this chart shows if only 2014 is dry, where we would have to get our water supplies in 2014. And so you can see that the two hydroelectric supplies, which are the Calaveras project and the contract with the Western Area Power Administration, are reduced significantly. And so the big purple part would have to be, a lot more energy would have to be purchased from the market than we do now. And of course, the cost remains the same for hydro, whether we get a little or a lot. So it's a lot more costly. We have to buy a lot more. And because we are carbon neutral, starting last year, we have to buy not just the energy, but also more renewable energy certificates to make sure we're carbon neutral in 2014. So this is a picture assuming that it's going to get better and things are better in 2015, 2016. If that's not the case, then of course things get worse in the pink area of how much energy from the market we have to buy would continue longer. And so this is the impact if we had a dry year. We expect to spend $4 to $7 million more just on market purchases. We would also need to spend maybe another $500,000 on renewable energy certificates to remain carbon neutral. And because of the water users not being able to pay for their part of the Central Valley project under the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, more of the restoration fund costs are loaded onto the electric users, and that's us. And so we'd expect to pay up to $2 million more per year just for those costs. So it's a significant impact on the electric utility. This picture shows the cost side, not the amount of energy, but the cost side. And so you can see if we, in expected conditions in 2014, the costs would be high in 2014 because we know that is dry. And you can see the cost for the hydroelectric supplies are remaining the same, but the cost for market supplies go much higher. And then, of course, if the drought continued beyond for the next 3 years, those costs remain high and don't go back to normal for the next 3 years. So it's a big impact on the water supply system. Okay, we're at the point where you get to have comments and questions. Zip through that kind of quickly.
Thank you. And we have 3 speakers on this item. Oh, and actually, now that I see a council member would like to ask a question as well, I'm going to take a break on this and go out to our next item because it is 6:30 and I want to be timely on our next item, and then we will bring this back and we will take up the public comment at that time. So at this point, I would like to ask for our Chief Burns to come forward. Not sure where he is.
I know he's here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's in the lobby.
He may just have gone in the back for a minute.
Good, thank you. And we have a special process tonight for Denny Nevervee, and the chief is going to kick this off for us. So we're going to wait for a moment for Dennis to come out. So thank you very much, Chief. This is special orders of the day and the resolution for Denny Nevervee, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Shepard, members of the council, Dennis Burns, Chief of Police. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. Item number 2 on the agenda tonight is special order of the day, resolution of the council expressing appreciation to Denny Nevervee upon his retirement. It is with great sadness that I report that Officer Nevervee suddenly and unexpectedly passed away last night. Dennis was visiting his longtime girlfriend, Barbara Stauffer, at a residence in Midtown when he collapsed. Barbara's grandson called 911 and reported the incident to our 911 dispatchers, who assigned police units and fire units, who arrived and rendered assistance. Dennis was treated at the scene and then transported to Stanford University Medical Center, where he was pronounced dead. Tonight, we have many of Officer Nevervee's former colleagues in the audience. A number of these former police officers have traveled from many states a great distance to celebrate Denny's retirement. I want to thank them for their attendance this evening. Dennis touched all of them, and he touched countless Palo Alto residents during his career, his 46 and a half years. In the last few weeks, I've received many calls, many emails and cards describing from coworkers what it meant, try to capture the essence of what Dennis or Denny was. And there's a lot of common themes. I think a lot of people described him as being straightforward, professional, dedicated. I would also say that he never had a bad thing to say about anybody. And he never engaged in what I call palace intrigue, or he never got caught in the rumor mill. Dennis was a great teacher, and he always had time for the newer officers. He had time to teach them about police work, but also about Palo Alto and what it meant to police here in Palo Alto. Probably the best description, though, that I received was from an officer by the name of Anton Hernandez, who worked with Denny, for about 30 years. And he described Denny as being a cop's cop and also a gentleman's gentleman. Anton also described Denny as the Fonz, as Denny had perfect hair. It's never one out of place, and I think it's fair to say that he had a very close relationship with the Aquanet bottle. But probably more than anything else, he was just Denny, and someone you could always trust and rely on. So on behalf of the men and women of the Palo Alto Police Department, past and present, I want to thank the council for recognizing Officer Nevervee for his service to the city. Tonight, receiving the resolution will be Denny's girlfriend, Barbara, who's here with her family. As well, today we have in the audience Michael Nevervee, who is Dennis's nephew. He's also a deputy sheriff with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. And Dennis's other nephew, who is Steve Nevervee, with his wife, Debbie. So, Mayor, I'd be honored if you could have the resolution read and then presented to Barbara.
Okay, I would like to read the resolution, and we also have one public speaker on this as well. So would you like me to go out to the public right after I read the resolution? Okay, and then we can present it, and then we would like to have a moment of silence at the end to conclude. Do we have any more speakers on this, clerk? Okay. If anybody would like to speak, you just fill out a card and you can present it to the clerk right here, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. So this is the resolution. The resolution of the Council of the City of Palo Alto expressing appreciation to Denny Nevervee upon his retirement. Whereas for over 46 years, Denny Nevervee served the City of Palo Alto and its citizens as a member of the Palo Alto Police Department from July 1967 to July 1997 as a full-time police officer, and August 1997 to February 2014 as a reserve police officer. And whereas Denny Nevervee served the Palo Alto community in all aspects of law enforcement, beginning with the 4th Watch Foot Patrol and traffic enforcement on a 3-wheeler. And whereas Denny Nevervee received over 100 commendations, ranging from a notice of merit for talking an armed suspect out of his weapon to a Medal of Valor for rescuing several citizens from burning homes during the 1985 Foothills Fire. And whereas Denny Nevervee was a pioneer of the evidence team and mastered the art of photography and fingerprint collection, and he served in many capacities during his 30-year law enforcement career as a full-time officer, including as a property and person crimes detective in investigative services, a warrant officer, and a court liaison officer. And whereas Denny Nevervee served as a range master for over 28 years and as a hostage negotiator for 16 years, and he was awarded the Officer of the Year by the Lions Club in 1986 for his courage on the job. And whereas Denny Nevervee was the organizer of the memorial events for fallen officers Gene Clifton, Lester Cole, and Ted Brasinga, whereas Denny Nevervee pursued his 46 years and 7 months law enforcement career with sensitivity, loyalty, fairness, courtesy, and professionalism. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Palo Alto hereby gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation and the appreciation of the community to Denny Nevervee for this faithful and excellent service rendered to the city. Now, I have one public speaker, and that will be E. Perky Perkins, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I know the system better than other people, and I filled out the card, and everybody else probably would have if they had known. I became a friend and cohort of Denny during my years as a volunteer at the police department.
Can you pull the mic down a little bit more?
Okay.
Thank you.
But I'd also run into him at flea markets, which we both enjoyed. I can think of no greater remembrance than that one was always glad to see him. Thank you, Dennis, for your exemplary service and friendship. In my philosophy, I know you will be looking out for all of us.
Thank you. I'm going to bring the resolution down. We're going to capture the picture in the chambers right now. Okay, why don't we all stand and have a moment of silence? Thank you very much. Why don't we as council take a 5-minute break?
Mayor Shepherd, could you move the resolution?
Yes, I will move the resolution.
Second.
It's been seconded by the vice mayor. Let's vote on the board. So the first speaker will be Andy Poggio, and you have 3 minutes. Next speaker will be Brian Schmidt.
Hello. So I wanted to talk about what may happen when there are mandatory reductions in water consumption. In the past, what's frequently been done is it's been based on a reduction from historic consumption. So I, as a homeowner, said, you've been using this much the past few years, knock 10% off, and that's your new quota. And I want to dissuade the utility department from taking that approach. The main disadvantages is it rewards people who've been wasting water, right? If I've been taking 30-minute showers and I need to knock it down to 27 minutes, pretty easy. If I've cut my shower down to 5 minutes and you're going to make me knock 30 seconds off, it's going to be really hard. If I've been watering my landscaping every day, I can start just doing 9 days out of 10, and I hit my allocation. If I've been only watering when absolutely necessary, 10% reduction is very, very difficult. And just as it rewards the wasters, it discourages and, in fact, punishes the people who've been saving water. So I wanted to suggest another possible model. The utility department will no doubt be able to come up with something even better. But that's something based on allocations. So for example, single-family detached homes, you might have a combination allocation partly based on people and partly based on landscaping. So you might have a people allocation based on the number of people in the household. If you don't have those numbers, you could use the number of bedrooms in the house. And you might have a landscaping allocation based on how many square feet are on the lot. And you get that allocation and you say, if you consume that or less, you're all set. If you consume more than that, you pay a huge premium for your consumption over the allocation. Lots of benefits. The allocations can be generated on a consumption target, 10%, 20%, whatever you need. The water wasters either have to significantly reduce their consumption, good thing, or face very high costs. And the water savers do little or nothing because they're already under their allocation because they've been saving all along. So to recap, I hope when and if we have mandatory reductions, I think that's fairly likely, that we don't base it on historic use, but instead take some other approach. And I suggest possibly an allocation based on things like number of people in the household and number of square feet in the lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Schmidt, to be followed by David Cole.
Thank you, and good evening. I'm Brian Schmidt, and I am the Vice Chair of Santa Clara Valley Water District, representing Palo Alto and North Santa Clara County. And as you heard earlier today, we are calling for a 20% reduction in water usage. So as you determine what should happen in Palo Alto, I do want to encourage there to be staff-to-staff communication between your staff and the water district staff on water conservation issues. And there is interdependence and interreliance. You're not solely reliant on SFPUC water. And I wanted to add that in addition to what we're already doing, and we've heard a little bit about it during the presentation, we have a website, save20gallons.org, where people can get conservation tips. In addition to all that, we are considering additional items. Director Linda Lozada and I have a memo out to the district that it's being considered by staff, a couple additional measures. One item is to double every conservation rebate that we currently do. And I understand some of our rebates are matched by the city. If we double that, that's one thing you might want to consider. Will you match that increase in the rebates? A second item we have suggested is to look at what are which cities have the very best practices in water conservation and try and publicize those widely. A step you might want to take is, together with discussing with staff, try and figure out where you think you are doing a really good job and maybe check around, see if you do seem to be doing the best job, and let everybody know. And conversely, if you suspect there's something where you're not doing quite as good a job as other cities might be doing, do the same thing, check around, and if you figure that out, that's probably an indication of something maybe to do even better. And the third recommendation that we are considering is to vastly increase our use of recycled water and to make a fundamental shift of use of recycled water from just special purposes to using it for potable reuse, full reuse of recycled water, just like they do in the space station. We can do it. We have the technology to do that. And as I have made clear at the Water District Board, there is an ongoing issue about state water project property tax. And there's a discrepancy in how that tax is being paid and the benefit that different cities get. There could be a lot more cooperation between the Water District and the city on recycled water issues. I think that could do a lot to address that discrepancy. I'd be happy to talk to any one of you or to staff about this, and it's an issue that I think could be resolved in everybody's favor. So again, save20gallons.org and do your best to hope for rain. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions too.
Thank you. And our final speaker is David Cole.
David Cole, 766 Josina Avenue. I want to thank utility staff and the Santa Clara Valley Water Districts for all their great work, timely work with the drought coming up. They have lots of great rebates. I'm taking advantage of quite a few of them. One of them is laundry to landscape gray water system. Under the state code, Chapter 16, this does not require any permit at all. And I'm currently finding out that the city planning department is getting involved with this now and are requiring different requirements than state code. And so this seems to be untimely in that the planning department is getting in the way of the good work of the utilities and the good way of the water district for the good citizens here that are trying to do the right thing during the drought. This code has been in place since 2009. It's been used by San Francisco PUC for many, many years. They have a laundry landscape kit that you can buy in several stores in San Francisco. The PUC has written a nice manual that tells you exactly how to do all of this. Why Palo Alto has to second guess with their planning department. These things have been in place in jurisdictions in other cities and with our partners. I'm not sure why, but it's not serving the public or the city or the utility fine work or the fine work of the water district. I would ask that the council look into this and address this right away. There's been other issues that come up with the planning department and have taken years to resolve. I do not want to have this happen with this issue with the current drought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I wanted to know if staff wanted to make any comments about what the public might have said before we go to council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually unfamiliar with the issue. I was just texting the Development Services Director, and I'll follow up and have an answer for the council we can share.
And just a little bit of information here. So we don't look at the planning department, the permitting folks, as being in the way of anything. But there are certain regulations that we have to follow in order to keep the drinking water here safe and clean. And these are promulgated by the California Department of Public Health, and we are complying with the regulations that they have stipulated. Otherwise, we would get penalties and we would be in violation. We are currently working with both the City Attorney's Office and the Department of Health to see if some of those could be reconsidered. Well, first, the City Attorney's Office is looking at what the law requires, and then the Department of Health, we would work with them to see if they would reconsider some of the regulations around, specifically laundry to landscape type installation. So it's not, we're still working on this. We don't have an answer yet. And certainly the folks over in the permitting group are not in any way a holdup as far as we are understanding.
There was one statement that we're not solely reliant on the San Francisco PUC, and I understood that we didn't have any other water gates that come into the city. So is there clarification that you could give me on that? Or is that just our own wells? Is that?
Well, we do have some wells, but additionally, we do partner very, very much with the Santa Clara Valley Water District on the conservation programs. In fact, they fund some of the programs, and we do fund matching funds. Really, our primary water supplier is the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, unless we use our wells.
Thank you. And Councilmember Holman, you had your light on?
I do. And to follow along with what Mayor Shepherd was doing, the first speaker spoke to baselines, and I thought staff might like to respond to what the baseline is going to be for us determining what conservation efforts are.
Right, and I think that's a very good point. We certainly wouldn't want to ask people to conserve and then use this year as the baseline year. We don't know yet if San Francisco does a mandatory program or increases their request, but they will either, no matter what they do, Palo Alto will base our baseline, if we need to have a baseline, on either 2013 calendar year or fiscal year 2013. It won't be on 2014.
I think the point that the gentleman was making is it's not just the baseline year, but it's baseline usage. So if somebody's already a water conservator, is it really appropriate to ask that person to conserve 20%, 10%, 20%, whatever the threshold is?
Right. And another point that the speaker was making was that we should have some sort of an allocation system based on people in the household and landscape, square footage or acreage, whatever. And we've never had any kind of true allocation system that we've ever implemented in Palo Alto, including in the 1987 to 92 drought, when up to 25% reductions were requested. And so we were able to achieve and overachieve what our goals were just through education and promotion. We never had to implement something where there was a rationed amount. And so if you look at the urban water management plan, we don't get into those type of rate structures until maybe stage 3 and stage 4. And so the idea of having per capita, to set up a usage amount or an allocation based on per capita or landscaping, that would come into play, in stage 3 or stage 4 in the urban water management plan. And that would require significant changes to our billing system in order to implement something like that as well. So, we do ask everyone to conserve, and we do recognize that some people are going to be able to conserve more than others. And there's nothing that, we don't go around and try to make sure, there's no hammer we really have to say, how come you didn't conserve more than 10%, or how come you didn't conserve 10%? And so there's nothing like that. But we do ask everyone, probably everyone can do something, even if it's just paying attention a little bit more.
And can I just quickly add in the letter that we just received at 5 p.m. tonight from the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, from which the city manager quoted earlier, there's also a line in there that says, following the announcement on January 31st requesting a 10% system-wide reduction in water use, we saw a 17% drop in water deliveries. So people did respond, and they really did reduce. There's been some rebound, but still the demand is lower now because voluntarily people are reducing.
I appreciate the responses because this is information that comes up frequently, so I think it's appropriate that staff respond to that and get that information out. The two things that I wanted to reference are not serving water at restaurants unless it's requested or offered and accepted. And I wish that was a program citywide all the time. When we had the last drought and we changed back to just automatically water shows up at your table, I was very disappointed. So I would like to see that as a year-round and constant program. It only makes sense. We're not only saving the water that's being served and stays at the table, but also there's water to wash the glasses that it's served in. So I would like to see that as Palo Alto setting the benchmark for that being a program all the time, every year, every day. So that's my perspective on that one. I don't know if staff has any comments on that or not. My second point, which you can comment on both of these at the same time, is that as part of water conservation programs, and Palo Alto is very good at conserving everything pretty much, but I do have concerns sometimes about our canopy. So if you cut back, if you say you take out your lawn and you cut back your irrigation, how does that compromise or not our canopy? Different trees stress at different levels. And so I have concerns about that. I know I'm not alone in that regard, so if staff could comment to either or both of those, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. To your first point about serving water upon request in restaurants, we do have the ability to provide what are called table tents to restaurants, which go on the tables, which educate customers that this particular restaurant is only serving water upon request. That is another program that we offer in partnership with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and we do provide that service to the to the restaurant and hospitality sector. So we do have that available.
I would offer, though, that my experience in restaurants everywhere, Palo Alto, wherever, it's like water just shows up. So it's maybe a table tent that's offered, but it's not very effective.
And to your second point about utilizing a low water use landscape and also protecting the health of trees, that is something that we are very cognizant of, and we work closely with the local nonprofit Canopy and also the city's public work department's urban forestry division to make sure that our programs are compatible. And in our education to our residents and also the professional landscape community, we do provide information about how to maintain a sustainable low water use landscape with high efficiency irrigation while also protecting the health of the trees. That is something that we partner with Canopy on for our workshops, our outreach material, and also in the Urban Forest Master Plan.
Thank you for that. And I think if presentations such as you made this evening, if it's referenced all the time and throughout, if that information permeates the presentations, it would be very helpful, I think. Thank you.
Okay, I've asked the Vice Mayor to go ahead and put the light on for out here for timing, so we've got it set for 6 minutes. Councilmember Price.
Thank you for your presentation. Question, how frequently do we receive an update on the urban water management plan? What's your normal update cycle?
It's required by state law to be updated every 5 years.
Okay.
So the next one will be 2015.
Okay. And can you imagine a situation where, given, let's say, extended drought conditions and other issues that we face as a state and as a region, can you imagine doing a voluntary update sooner than the 5-year cycle?
Yeah, we can do an update any time. We just are required to do one every 5 years. Are you suggesting that there's something that we need to update it for right now?
Well, I guess it's something the council, I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, and this is an informational presentation, but that's a question I have in terms of what flexibility. And the other point quickly is on your stage 1, 2, 3, 4, you have various elements very clear under each of those. If we reached a point where we wanted to move some of the elements from, let's say, stage 3 to stage 2 or stage 2 to stage 1, that's certainly within our purview to do in conjunction with the staff if we decided that that was something that would be worthwhile.
Yeah, the way I look at the urban water management plan and the urban water shortage contingency plan element of it is it's basically a laundry list of many measures that can be taken, and the group of measures in stage 1 is assumed to be able to produce the 5 to 10% reductions. If it doesn't, and we do every one of those, then we'll have to start doing more, and we'd look to the stage 2 plan to say, okay, what are the next things that we should be doing? We're not getting our 10% reduction, and we have to keep cutting down through all those measures until we're able to. And so the plan is really, we're going to be monitoring our usage and seeing how people react, and then keep adding new measures in order to achieve the goals. And we may have to cut all the way through to, I don't know, stage 2 or stage 3, just to, because this was set up, we thought that's what it's supposed to be meant, but it's a flexible plan. We'll just do whatever we need to do, whatever combination of measures, whatever new measures come along. There may be new technologies and new information. We certainly hadn't anticipated the home water reports at that time when we did this urban water management plan. So it is flexible in that regard, and so we just sort of use whatever we can to get what we need.
Okay, thank you. I must admit, I think I have a slight angst about a potential false sense of well-being here. Maybe I'm reflecting one part of my personality, but I guess as we go along and the data's collected and we watch carefully and whatnot, we make adjustments. But given the seriousness of this in general terms, I'm just wondering if we're not being, just a general comment, are we being aggressive enough? I mean, it sounds like we might be, but I am expressing some concern about that. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein.
Thank you for the presentation. I do want to use this opportunity first. I think one of the earlier questions from Councilmember assumed that, or said something along the lines that we're very good at conserving in a lot of different areas. But if I'm recalling correctly, we are not very good at conserving water. Where do we rank, Jane? Something like 25th or so out of the 28 BOSCA purchasers from the city?
Right. It's not very good in terms of per capita water use. On the other hand, there are some ways to explain some of that. There are larger lots in Palo Alto, and so we've been trying through an internal water benchmarking effort to try to understand are we using our water more efficiently even if we're using more per capita? And so we haven't gotten to the bottom of that yet, but yes, you're right. We do have one of the higher water use per capita of the BOSCA agencies, but we're not on the coast like Daly City, for example, and things too. So there's weather and then there's lot size that does impact it.
There's one program which has been referred to here, which I think has a lot more potential, so I want to use this opportunity also to see if we can't get some more publicity for it, and that is our program where we provide subsidies to people who are willing to take out their green grass lawns and replace them with a low water usage decoration. If I'm recalling correctly, we've had this program for a long time, and we have only a handful of people who take it every year. Do you remember the numbers?
No, pardon me. I don't know the exact program participation numbers offhand. We'll certainly be happy to follow up with you. This program has been in place since about 2007 or so, and we have seen an increase in participation rates over time, and it continues to be a program that we very, very much promote in the community. We recognize that landscape water use is really the next greatest low-hanging fruit.
Right, and I think that's the point, that if we really want to save a lot of water, we got to get rid of lawns and high water use landscaping. And there are alternatives that look every bit as good, I think. Would you agree? So what else can we do to publicize that program?
We will continue our outreach via all of our standard media channels and continue to evaluate new ways to get the information out. As you saw, we are using social media more. We have developed new media materials that we're using to market the programs, such as printing some flyers, or what we like to refer to as detached cards, which go in the local papers, ads in the local community magazines. Should you have any additional ideas for how we can get the word out to residential neighborhood groups or business groups, that would be great. We do work with the Chamber of Commerce and the Palo Alto neighborhood groups. Palo Alto has had a higher rebate amount for this particular program since inception of the program. So it is a great benefit to our customers, and we really do hope that more people will take advantage of it.
And how much is the rebate or subsidy? Do you recall?
It is currently $2 per square foot of turf grass removed and replaced with the qualifying low water use plants or permeable hardscape and mulch.
Good. Thank you.
Councilmember Niss, Vice Mayor Niss.
So I will pick up exactly where Councilmember Klein just left off. So understanding from Brian Schmidt that also they will give $1 per square foot, I'm going to suggest that it must be that you, in the final analysis, get $3 a square foot.
We actually match the Santa Clara Valley Water District's rebate amount, so 2 is the total for our customers.
Okay, so have you then, picking up on what he said, have you then looked at what other cities do that are similar? So I'll tell you the only one I know well, which is Santa Monica, where my kids who live there took advantage of it. But it was a far more generous offer than what we're doing. And I think the result has been, just looking around there, all anecdotal, is that far more people have done that than they have here. I don't know how to make this comparison right now at $2 a square foot, but we're going to dig up our front lawn and replace that. I'm going to guess it costs a whole lot more than what looks to me like would be $4,000 or $5,000. I somehow, knowing how things are in this area, that completely redo of a landscape is pretty expensive.
The landscape rebate programs regionally are implemented differently by various agencies. I can say that in the Santa Clara Valley Water District service area and in Palo Alto, the rebate amounts we have offered and the total area of landscape that's eligible to be rebated for replacement has actually been very generous compared to some other agencies. And we estimate that it could cost, depending upon the plant materials and whatever else is selected, that it could cost less than $2 per square foot for the replacement. And
I don't want to challenge you, but I would. So
sure.
I think we really should have some more data on that. I would be very surprised if we could do it for that amount. Perhaps in some other parts of the county, yes, especially in that water district. But if you could get back to us with that rather than prolong it tonight, as to give some comparisons, so when people are looking at this program, they will know about what it's going to cost them to put new landscaping in.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Councilmember Burt.
Okay, so I want to stay for a moment on that same topic. So as Councilmember Klein had noted, even though what we saw earlier tonight is that we've had some of the most significant reduction in water use per capita of any city, and we're below our allocation, we're still at a higher water use per capita than most surrounding cities. So I think that gives us two data points. And second, on this topic about how we can have less landscaping use, one of the things that I raised a couple months ago is that, I guess it was 7 years ago when we were doing the zoning ordinance update, we were scheduled to update the landscape element of the zoning ordinance. And it got pushed out for lack of bandwidth by staff at that time. That's where we can incorporate a lot of this. We have the comp plan update that certainly at that higher policy level should address these issues there. But I frankly don't want to wait until we go through the comp plan update over the next year or two before we then begin a process of a zoning ordinance update. And so I'm going to be looking toward colleagues in the near future about possibility of a colleague's memo about initiating certain changes to the zoning ordinance update. And in particular, we've talked a lot about the residential component. I would like to see staff provide some cost-benefit modeling of different examples. So we're sitting here with different opinions, and I don't know what's right, but let's do some modeling. And more importantly, perhaps, or at least a greater opportunity, is to do it on the commercial side. So we have big commercial landscaping that goes on. Our biggest commercial properties with landscaping, because they have lower density, are either in the research park or down in the Baylands. Two areas that are among our most environmentally sensitive transition zones, where we have developed land that was important transition habitat, and we allow lawns and junipers and all this eucalyptus and all this stuff for years and decades to be how we landscaped. So if we change that, we'll do two functions. We will have much greater impact on water reduction than many of these other measures, and we will recreate habitat, natural habitat in hundreds of acres surrounding our most environmentally sensitive areas. So I'm going to return to my colleagues at a future time on that. Third, I want to bring up what David Cole had talked about on the gray water permitting. And I heard staff say that we have to abide by all these regulations. I don't know if you read his email, because what he talked about was the contrast between how we are implementing the permitting requirements for this compared to other cities such as San Francisco. So I have to assume that if that's right, San Francisco is not going around wantonly breaking state law. Now, I don't know the answers to that, but let's look at this and not immediately say, oh, the answer must be that we're abiding by the law, because that's not the point he's making. He's saying that our permitting requirements are much more onerous than elsewhere. That's the thing that we should be looking at, rather than just immediately saying, oh, it must be because we're required to do this. Let's see. Oh, finally, you had mentioned that you're seeing good results from the benchmarking to neighbors that we as residents receive. What kind of, do we have any data on what that might be? How good and why? I know that my wife and my son are responding, but other than that, I really don't have data points.
So far, there has not been a long enough period of time to actually compare the water reductions among the program participants in Palo Alto. We just launched these reports in November. However, my comment is to the feedback we've been getting from the public. We have seen a significant increase in calls to our customer service center and emails, and in general, the feedback has been pretty positive, that people are seeing their water use information in a different manner than what they see on the water bill, and it's actually encouraging them to ask questions and find out ways that they can participate in our conservation programs and further reduce their water use.
So I believe that's true, but it's not compelling to our citizenry, who many people say, I don't like getting these things, when we don't have data. When we offer anecdotal, and I think your anecdotes are right, I believe them, and I've seen them, but we don't seem to do a good job of figuring out capturing data. Like if you've got data that says, you know, our calls went up twofold on these kinds of things, or if we did a simple survey monkey to some sampling of users and got a response, which could be really easy these days to capture that data, then we've got the case that helps people appreciate that these measures really are effective. And I've seen it in the electricity use issue and elsewhere. I think they're effective, but I don't have the data to prove it to people.
The amount of savings, as Catherine said, we don't really have enough time for the home water report, but for the home energy report, we're required to do an evaluation at the end of each year, and a consultant has to come in and do that. That's required by the state law in order to count energy savings, and it's all data driven. And so we actually have a group of control customers who don't get the reports, and they do a thorough analytical approach to figure out what the savings are. So even on the Finance Committee, we've had some of these discussions. I don't think we've ever seen that data. We've heard kind of a summary conclusion that it works. I actually agree. I believe that's correct, even without seeing the data, but I don't think we've seen the data, and our community is not, or a lot of elements of the community are not willing to simply accept some conclusionary basis. So I encourage us to be able to, if we got the goods, share it. No, I agree. I think we will get the data eventually.
Okay, I guess we get it every year though on the electricity, so we can share that already. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. And that concludes the study session on the water. Moving on to the next agenda item, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. And we were going to reverse order on the last two items on the agenda and do item number 11, infrastructure project and funding plan, before item number 10, which is Policy and Services Committee staff request direction for council on the naming of the main library. Then we have the city manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. On behalf of all of our staff, I do want to thank you for acknowledging Reserve Officer Dennis Nevervy's service and sacrifice to our community. 47 years almost is a lifetime of service. We're fortunate to have actually so many employees throughout our organization who are committed and dedicated to this community. Dennis and his family are very much in our thoughts at this time, and I know I and the staff are not alone in sharing our condolences with a heavy heart. You guys ready? The landfill flare at Bixby Park. Until the week before last, Palo Alto's old, rusting, inefficient landfill gas flare was sitting on Bixby Park among our hiking trails and great views. Our contractor dismantled it, and the views are much improved with very positive feedback from our park users. What a difference. Do we need to toggle back and forth? Come on, guys, let's get a little credit here out there at the landfill. We get a lot of criticism all the time. Thank you. The power poles will come down in the next several months, and hopefully we'll get more rain and a greening of the terrain, but whether the hills are green or brown, the views are greatly improved with the removal of the old flare. The new flare has been located off of the parkland and within our wastewater treatment plant, and it's much more efficient. Its controls allow us to beneficially use much more of the landfill gas and flare or waste, and waste less of it. So we went all the way around, save energy and improve our Bixby Park view. So thank you, Public Works staff, for that. If you haven't gotten any complaints for the public yet, just advising that the driveway between the Arts Center and the main library is now closed for construction of the site integration work. The Arts Center and the temporary main library parking is currently accessible now only from Embarcadero Road, and both facilities are still open according to their posted schedules. The main entrance door to the Arts Center, however, will not be usable during the construction. Access is available through the sculpture garden and the children's wing entrances. Temporary signage is being placed around the campus to help patrons find parking in the building entrances, and the new reconfigured driveway is scheduled to be back in service on July 1st this summer. So Chief Burns is probably with his colleagues, but I just thought I'd jump on the bandwagon here in acknowledging Dennis's selection as the 2014 Tall Tree Award winner for his outstanding civic service to the Palo Alto community. In several of the nomination letters for the award, the chief was praised for being empathetic, level-headed, and we're proud to have him, of course, represent our police department in our community. As we know, Chief Burns began his career quite a while ago in Palo Alto in 1982, rose through the ranks, became assistant chief in 2007, and he was named police chief in 2009, and following that, for a while served as interim fire chief along with his duties as police chief. We look forward to seeing the chief receive his award with the other outstanding winners at the ceremony at the Crown Plaza Cabana Hotel on April 9th. There you go. You're up there. So if you have been on the home page lately on the city's website, you can look on your monitors there. You may have noticed a new Connect with Us button on the home page. We've put a screenshot up there. If you click on it, it'll take you to the new social media landing page, which is on the right of the screenshot. It includes all of the social network platforms across the city. And on the right-hand side is our Twitter feed from all of the official accounts across the city, as well as instant connections to Nextdoor, Open City Hall, and all of our social media sites. This is another step in our communications effort. Thank you, Claudia, and your team, to help evolve and broaden our engagement strategies, as well as develop a more robust online presence. So I would encourage you all to sort of test drive that dashboard and use this additional access. California Avenue, Redgwick construction, the contractors will begin exploratory work this week on California Avenue, weather pending. The work is preparatory work for the water line replacement, which is expected to begin late next week. Additional info will be provided once the project schedule has been approved. There will be intermittent lane closures of no more than one traffic lane at a time per block, which will occur during this time period. The work will occur between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. There'll be a daily quiet period from 11:30 to 1 p.m. And project construction signing will also be placed on all sides of California Avenue later this week. Additional updates can be found on the cityofpaloalto.org website /CalAv. And then, almost done, on Friday, February 28th, Caltrain released the draft environmental impact report for the planned electrification of the Caltrain corridor between San Jose and San Francisco. Our staff is currently in the process of reviewing that document and is preparing to come before council once a preliminary analysis has been concluded. Members of the public will have the opportunity to submit written comments on the draft EIR through April 29th, 2014. Caltrain has extended the required 45-day comment period to 60 days. Additionally, Caltrain will conduct 4 public meetings in March and April to obtain public comments on the draft EIR. Please visit caltrain.com for more information. And then I would just share with the council also that as we were going through the tentative agenda schedule, looking at the fact that we will have 4 council members out for the, is it 4? Yes, 4. Out for the meeting on the 10th. We've decided to go ahead and cancel the meeting. That meeting, we had only had a couple of study session items on, and I think are actually looking to moving them to the 4th meeting of the month as planned. I think that would be the 24th. So that would be a special meeting. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is council member question, comments, and announcement. Councilmember Price.
Thank you. I gave 2 presentations representing VTA at the 7th Annual Global Infrastructure Leadership Forum. The first presentation was on the BART extension, reviewing the details of Phase 1 and 2, and the second was the accomplishment and roles of women in infrastructure projects, policy, finance, funding, conceptual and technical engineering, and project delivery. And it also addressed issues related to what are career opportunities in these fields and what are some of the educational and career barriers that still exist. And the presentation was during a 3-day period, 2 separate presentations, and I heard presentations about a large number of infrastructure projects from all over the world, and one clear takeaway was the widespread use of public-private partnership models for funding for significant infrastructure projects. It's a very, very common practice outside of the United States. We do have some examples here, of course, but that was one of the major takeaways from the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next item is oral communication, and we have a few speakers. So our first speaker, this is when you can speak on any agenda item that is not on our agenda tonight. And our first speaker is Catherine Martineo, and you will have 3 minutes. Martineau.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd, and thank you, council members. And City Manager Jim King. I do have a slide, and I understand if I pick that thing up, maybe I can. I came to give you a little, bring a little levity to our very sobering meeting so far. There is one day that we hope we will not have rain at all, and it's the Arbor Day Festival, the Palo Alto Arbor Day Festival, that is going to happen on Saturday, March 8th. It's at Mitchell Park from 10:30 to 1:30. Lots of fun activity for families. Everything's free. Everything is just swell. We did it 2 years ago there, and it was quite the success. And I'm talking to you about it today because not only is it in a week, but also because in your packet you have an Arbor Day proclamation. So it is necessary to maintain our status as a Tree City USA that the council proclaims Arbor Day. We choose to do it at this time of the year in Palo Alto because in California we celebrate Arbor Day from March 7th, Arbor Week from March 7th to March 14th every year, which is sooner, of course, than in other parts of the country where they still have snow on the ground and the ground is so ice that they couldn't plant trees. It's important for us to plant trees until the end of the so-called rainy season. So we usually do this between October 1st and the end of April. So we're getting to the end of that season. So I'm inviting everyone here and the whole community to join us on Saturday and have a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bill Rosenberg, to be followed by Laura Boudreau.
Hello, I'm Bill Rosenberg, 820 Bruce Drive, Palo Alto. I'm here tonight to share a little story that my wife had when she came to a meeting at City Hall in the middle of January. And it has to do with the electric charging stations down in the garage below us now. I have a letter that I wrote, and I'll leave it with you. Rather than go into all the details, the bottom line was that she came here, plugged her plug-in Prius in, came to a meeting, I think it was next door. 2 hours later, she went down to get her car. She noticed two things. One, somebody had unplugged her car and plugged in a different car, and she had a $46 ticket. And we contested it a little bit, but we encountered such a rude response that it was clear that contesting it further was silly. So we just paid the $46 and called that the price to pay for free charge. I'm here tonight not just to whine and complain, but I am whining and complaining, but to suggest that maybe the use of these charging stations at the city lots should be looked at, and I would personally be willing to volunteer to be on a committee if you form a committee to look at this, because I think that things like this can be easily avoided and we can continue to use the charging stations. In addition to my letter, I've at about the same time in January, the Mercury News published an article saying that charging stations were having trouble at some of the industries around, that people were doing rude things like unplugging other people's cars, but they felt they could deal with it by peer pressure within their company. It's harder to do that with peer pressure within our city. There was also a similar article in the Palo Alto Online. I've printed the article. Out of decency, I didn't print some of the comments that always accompany the Palo Alto Online articles. They offend me greatly. It mentions Jessica Sullivan, who I guess is your parking czar here. I've talked to her. She's a very nice person, doesn't seem to have much authority over making changes. So I don't know who has authority to make changes to the procedure as to how these charging stations are used and enforced. So I will volunteer my time if you form such a committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And if staff would like to meet him after this, we've got staff sitting right here that might be able to help you.
Yeah.
Laura Boudreau to be followed by Harlan Pinto.
Hi, I'm Laura Boudreau, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Ronald McDonald House at Stanford. And I'm here tonight because we're working to let the community know about our upcoming expansion and some of the construction work that the community is going to be seeing on Sand Hill Road. As you may know, the Ronald McDonald House at Stanford provides a home away from home and a supportive community for the families of children being treated for life-threatening illnesses at Lucile Packard Children's Hospital, Stanford. The demand for our services has increased dramatically in recent years, and our 47 rooms currently are occupied every night, and every night we have 40 to 50 families that we're turning away. We know the demand is only going to increase as the hospital expands. So fortunately, we have a solution. The Ronald McDonald House expansion project was unanimously approved by this City Council back in June. And we're now ready to build the new facility next door to our current house. And when we're finished, we'll be able to serve 120 families every night. So this week, we're starting our site preparation. This involves the removal of a number of trees on the site and also the storage of many of the trees, which will be replanted when the construction is over. I hate to be impacting any of the trees, but we've worked closely with the city arborist to protect as many as we possibly can. And in fact, we've actually designed our entire footprint around the grand historic oak that's in the middle of our building and where the new building will be. So we're just here because we want to be a good neighbor. We want to do our best to mitigate the impact of this construction on the community. But we really want to thank the City Council and the community for its support of this really important project. And we look forward to keeping you posted on our progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Harlan Pinto to be followed by Jerry Underall.
Harlan Pinto, 1845 University Avenue. Madam Mayor and esteemed council members, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the council. I'm here because I'm concerned about the Newell Bridge replacement project. I attended the meeting in these chambers last Thursday, February 27th, and I was impressed by the work of the staff and the consultants. But I was quite surprised to find that the screening criteria used to preliminarily select among staff and community recommended projects did not include compatibility with the transportation element of the City of Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan. At that meeting, I pointed out that it's City Policy T1 to make land use decisions that encourage walking, bicycling, and transit use. Policy T27, avoid major increases in street capacity unless necessary to remedy severe traffic congestion or critical neighborhood traffic problems. Where capacity is increased, balance the needs of motor vehicles with those of pedestrians and cyclists. And other relevant policies, which include Policy T30, reduce impacts of through traffic on residential areas by designating certain streets residential arterials, and T34, implement traffic calming measures to slow traffic on local and collector streets and prioritize these measures over congestion management, include traffic circles and other traffic calming devices among these measures. And finally, T39, to the extent allowed by law, make safety the first priority of citywide transportation, prioritize pedestrian, bicycle, and auto safety over vehicle level of service at intersections. The Newell Street Bridge replacement primary goal is to address flooding at this location. The current bridge is 100 years old, and as some have commented, was made for the horse and buggy era, or rather a full team of horses and some big wagons. It's a strong bridge. However, the staff, although it has 2 lanes, clearly it functions as 1 lane. And today's cars and larger family SUVs, it really doesn't handle them. But as a small bridge, it served the neighborhood well by calming traffic. Now, the staff has endorsed 2 main options and recommended that they move forward. They included a couple others. However, both options create a fully functioning 2 lanes, potentially functioning at the state standard of 25 miles per hour. These options seem to violate the city policy T27 relating to increased capacity. When I asked why the comprehensive plan policies were not used as screening criteria and in follow-up questions whether the 2 proposals actually increased capacity, staff responded with intersection tired index, level of service comments, and projected traffic counts, but did not address the capacity issue. So I submit that they have it slightly backwards, and I appreciate you listening to me tonight. I'll forward the rest of my comments in a letter. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jerry Underdahl. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Jerry Underdahl. I live in Barron Park. And in the tradition of aspirational rather than immediately actionable comments to the City Council, I want to urge the Council to fully explore the options of trenching or tunneling to put Caltrain through Palo Alto. The report that is coming out, the environmental impact report for electrification that has come out, been covered, lays out something we can visualize when it's only electrification. Okay, forget high-speed rail. You know, just look at this one thing. There are many arguments advanced in favor of it. To go through them, pollution will be reduced if you go from diesel to electric. Far less noise in the community. Disruptions of traffic will be, well, no, I'm sorry, that won't be reduced. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. But the negatives of doing this still are, they're talking about the poles that go up that we kind of forget when we think about electrification, that you have to have the poles to carry the wires. You know, and then my mind snapped to countries where I've seen electric trains in operation. It takes space, it's a visual thing. And yet it should be done. What can we do? Well, no, to think about costs, okay, they talked about tree removal, it talked about substations, it talked about safety barriers on bridges, because people are going over this, presumably? All right, here's what I propose. Think big. Think 50 years from now. Here, 2014. In 2064, that's where you want to be thinking of where you want to be with this. Are you going to stay with train lines going up and down the peninsula here through our wonderful city if there is any chance that it could be done differently? Now, that sounds unrealistic perhaps, but my friend Steve Atram suggested a few weeks ago some ways that you might look at it. One is the amount of land that can be recovered. I'm amazed at how people underestimate the value of land in this area in their talking about things in the community. You want to be thinking Seoul, Tokyo, Manhattan. People say, well, this isn't Manhattan. Well, if you look at what's happening to the value of land, to do anything with land, yes, it is Manhattan. Maybe not now, but you know, I recommend a great book done in 1970 by Jack Finney called Time and Again, which is illustrated. It shows what happened in Manhattan, in that area, creeksides, you know, gracious country houses, a whole lot of things that are very common to us here. It happened there. We should be aware of the models. Think 50 years ahead. Thank you. Thank you. The next item tonight is our consent calendar. And clerk, do we have any comments for the consent calendar? I don't have any cards up here, so I will entertain a motion recognizing that we do have a memo here to make a financial adjustment to item number 7. So do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Price and seconded by Councilmember Berman. Please vote on the board. That's to move the consent calendar with the Outplaces memo to add another $20,000 to the Turner contract on item number 7. So with that, we are moving into our action items. Our first item on this is from the Finance Committee, review of development impact fees, list of public facilities and capital needs. And I'm going to turn this over to staff for presentation and City Manager. So do you want to do your presentation, then I'll go to the chair.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Lalo Perez, Chief Financial Officer. We have been asked as part of our regular process to review our development impact fees. We took the first step, which was introduce the discussion at the Finance Committee, and I understand that Councilmember Burt's going to give you a recap from the Finance Committee perspective. What we're going to do is give you a presentation of what we presented to the Finance Committee a couple of months ago. We have with us Nathan Perez from DTA, who's a consultant that performed the work. For full disclosure, we're not related, so that's important in setting or resetting our fees. With that, let me turn it over to Nathan, and then I'll conclude at the end of his presentation.
Thank you, Lalo. Again, Nathan Perez, Vice President with DTA, based out of San Francisco. Madam Mayor, council members, those of you, Schmidt, Berman, Mayor, Councilman Burt, I believe we met at the Finance Committee. So I apologize if this seems a little bit like a reboot, but just didn't want to leave anyone out. Why we're here is to present the needs list, which my firm believes is one of the best practices when developing a development impact fee nexus study update. I'm going to provide a little primer on development impact fees for those who are interested. It shouldn't take that long. We begin with a brief discussion of what development impact fees are not. I believe this is important. I always lead with this because we get a lot of questions. We get a lot of questions from staff. This isn't typically an issue in cities that are more sophisticated, such as Palo Alto, but it does come up, and it comes up with your constituents. So I thought it was important to address. You can see that development impact fees are not taxes, they're not special assessments, they're not user fees, they're not for checking out books or making copies. They're nothing of the sort. And also bolded is development impact fees cannot be used to cover ongoing operations, maintenance costs, and the like. There may be a slight disconnect with the excellent IBRIC report prepared by the City of Palo Alto. That bold line is sort of why there is that disconnect. What development impact fees are? And development impact fees are, per Assembly Bill 1600, California Government Code 66,000, an attempt to allow municipalities to recover their fair share from new development. These fees have a nexus requirement, so they cannot be arbitrary. They require an awful lot of demographic research and an awful lot of costing of the projected facilities throughout the time frame of the nexus study update. And for this study, we're discussing 2035. Sort of to that gentleman's comment about thinking toward the future. Again, 2035 is about 20 years out. Previously, the city's asked DTA to analyze or provide a comparative survey of development impact fees for peer communities to Palo Alto. About 2 days into this project, 2 summers ago, I realized that there aren't many peer communities to Palo Alto, both in housing prices and structure, and I think that's important to remember when looking at this graph. I would also like to remind council that sometimes information is hard to come by. City staff for cities that you're not working for are not often all that helpful, but we did try. You can see there are some general trends. I would reference, and you may view the data a little bit differently, that Mountain View, Palo Alto, and likely Menlo Park, I think 1 or 2 maybe not properly reflected, have higher fees, and then there's sort of a grouping in the middle. Per the Finance Committee's encouragement and request, we looked at development impact fees as a percentage of sort of average home sales price, and that's at the bottom. I apologize, it's very small, but if you just look at the percentage Palo Alto with that $1.5 million average home price in December of 2013 is quite in line with the other cities on the peninsula. Next slide is the needs list is in your packets, but it's not in this pages of this presentation. DTA is recommending, once following your review of the needs list and any comment with staff or myself, items you'd like to strike, items you'd like to review, this is my sense of the mathematics, looking at the cost and my sense of the demographics of Palo Alto, which is a largely built-out city. People may disagree with me there, but I think that it's generally the sense is that these would be some key areas to analyze, potentially updating the citywide transportation fee and potentially adding a public safety fee for a public safety building, municipal services building, and potentially adding a general government fee for larger municipal offices and capital improvements to things like City Hall. So why we are here is, again, this sort of best practices. I want this needs list in front of y'all. I don't want to come back with fees and a nexus study, which is a very long, drawn-out document, and have people be surprised about the projects that are on that list and the costs associated with those projects. This is an opportunity for a heads-up, an informational discussion. Obviously, your approval of the list is something we are interested in. I would note it's not typically required, but this is a best practice that we believe is important. Following the council's approval of that list, my firm, we take the numbers, we look at the current demographics, we work with the planning department. Mr. Rivera has been excellent at providing us updated demographics now 3 times. We project estimated fee levels. We interface with staff and discuss those fee levels. We potentially interface with you guys again if those fee levels are palatable, politically feasible, because ultimately it's your decision. Following that, we prepare a draft and or final nexus study, which gets reviewed several times and is certainly a working document. At which point, if that does reflect updates to fees, they will be incorporated via city ordinance and potentially can be a source of more city revenue in the future.
Thank you. As you're aware, there's parallel projects underway. You have an infrastructure committee comprised of 4 of you on the council that are also working on funding for infrastructure. So when you look at the list, you're going to see that some of the numbers are not necessarily aligned to the item later tonight on the infrastructure committee recommendations. So what we're trying to get you to focus is on the list itself. The cost and funding sources will be updated as we go. So that's going to be one of our last steps, that as we have clear direction from the council, then we'll adjust those numbers. So if the numbers look a little bit different, that's the explanation for that. You may also wonder why the list is longer than what the committee project, infrastructure committee project list is, and that's because they're looking at projects that are not fundable with existing city funds, and we're looking, that's part of our target. You know, what projects do we not have funded? We started with projects that are currently in the CIP and that may have pay-as-you-go basis. And then we're also looking at, it's a snapshot in time for projects likely to be undertaken. So that's, like Nathan said, that could be a moving target as well. Here's a draft timeline when we originally undertook the project to revisit these fees. We had in mind a target of starting an effective date of July 1. It became evident in the discussions at the Finance Committee that we needed to take a little bit more time in reviewing the project list and making sure that the list itself was the best possible and not necessarily worrying about July 1st. So this is a potential view of how it could occur, assuming that you gave us approval today. Obviously, if you want us to do something different, then we would adjust the timeline accordingly. A couple of items came up during the Finance Committee that I wanted to touch on really quick. There was a question about why the water, sewer, storm drain fee connections seem to be higher than the surrounding benchmark cities. And going back and looking at the prior reports, it goes back to 2005. The Finance Committee at that point asked the Utilities Department to keep looking at the capacity fee rates on a regular basis. So they did that in 2008. They hired Black & Beach, another firm, to do a study and to do a complete fee study, actually. And so when they did that, they recognized that our fees were way below. At that point in 2008, the fees were $4,750 combined for water and wastewater capacity connections, and they recommended an increase based on the analysis to $19,900. The committee recommended and the council approved that it be phased in over 3 years. And so the resetting of that fee was based on a complete analysis of the total cost, including going forward for projected needs of the infrastructure. Another point of discussion that was an interesting point, and it's something that you would need to give us directions on to continue the discussion with the planning department. As you may be aware, there's an exemption for residential remodeling. The discussion at the committee went along the lines that somebody could come in, leave a wall up, and not call it a complete remodel, then come back in a phase 2 and then do the part that was left from the previous. And there was some discussion as to whether that needs to be changed in terms of an exemption. So those were the two areas that I wanted to touch on, and I think Councilmember Burt is going to give you an update from the committee itself.
Yeah, I'd like to take this over to the chair of the committee from last year, Councilmember Burt. It did come out of committee 4-0, but we wanted to bring this up on an action item.
So first, I'd like to share with colleagues why we chose to have this as an action item, and it's really for two purposes. One is that these are important topics for the community, both for residents and for the commercial properties and development that may be impacted by changes in these fees. We want to make sure that we had adequate transparency and additional opportunity for the public to participate in this and be aware of it. As Lalo indicated, we're not now deciding on fees, but this is the baseline. It's essentially phase 1 that's needed to be able to proceed on the timeline that he posted. So we also really wanted to give colleagues an opportunity to weigh in. This is an important topic. Yes, it was 4-0 from the committee, but we thought that this may solicit valuable comments from colleagues. And I'd just like to emphasize that there were really 3 main areas that dominated most of our discussion. One was about whether the transportation fee was adequate. A second was why our wastewater fee is higher than surrounding cities. And the third was about whether we should have a public safety or fire fee, which some cities have and we don't. And so those were really the areas that we focused on, but we didn't want to limit tonight's discussion to that. That's frankly part of why we brought it back to all of you. Thanks.
Okay, Vice Mayor Niss.
So, Councilmember Burt, starting right there, with a public safety or fire fee or something similar, what was your determination as to why we didn't have that?
Well, it wasn't a determination.
We don't. So,
we don't.
And so I guess the question is, why not?
Well, that's what we discussed too. I don't know if you've read our minutes, but that certainly was one of the items that we discussed.
So let me take it in a different direction. What would it take for us to develop that? Since we don't have it, and since we might have some agreement on it, I have no idea whether we would have all 9 of us in agreement on it. But we're always looking for ways to augment our income.
Absolutely. It's my understanding that the city contracted with a similar consultant in 2009. Okay, the technical process. Okay, sorry. With respect to calculating the fee, we really need council's approval of the needs list. I've already culled together the demographic information. We will then utilize the demographic information and the cost to arrive at some estimated fees. A fee is really, at the end of the day, is some pretty simple division. I think some consultants may pretend it's rocket science, but it's certainly not. To arrive at a fee, it's the costs in any given category divided by generally the dwelling units projected over the the horizon of the fee update, and here we're utilizing 2035. So we'll look at, we already have the number of new dwelling units we expect over that time frame. We will take non-residential development, and using industry-wide metrics, we will standardize it to sort of become equivalent with dwelling units, and then we will divide the cost by those equivalent dwelling units, and then allocate it between existing development and new development, and then within new development between, I believe, single-family, multifamily, office, commercial, and industrial.
But that's to come up with an actual amount.
Yes.
The question first is whether or not we should have such an animal, correct? So I understand from what Pat is saying, he wanted feedback about what we would like. It was taken up in your committee. You didn't come to a conclusion. So I want to know what it would take for us to get this policy on the table. And then, as the consultant is saying, we could then decide to have this or not have it. But we first need to get to a point where we agree, where we all agree that such a fee would be appropriate, correct?
Correct. Let me try to help the council a little bit, because this next point I think is the important one and part of what I was touching on. If you could please turn to page 85 of your packet, which is the attachment A of DTA's report. I'll give you a second to get there. So I'm looking at B, which is public safety facilities on the bottom of the page. If you see there, the first item is the public safety building. At the time that the listing was compiled, there were multiple directions that the council had in terms of options, which we had, as you may recall, one where a developer proposed to build it, the public safety building, in terms of the part of a development agreement. So we didn't put an offset revenue there at that point. Now, tonight, you make some decisions where there could be a funding source. So this 57 million could turn out to be zero. And you cannot put a project that is fully funded as part of your fee structure. So that's why we said maybe it might make sense depending on what's funded and what is not funded. So as you move forward and you make the decisions, then we'll be able to give you back a calculated amount on a potential fee.
Okay. Got it, Lalo. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification, because it was actually confusing me as well. So, just so I get the broad picture here, these are our existing fees on the comparative survey results citified in Palo Alto. That's what we have now, right? You do the Nexus study, and then do you suggest, based on the Nexus study, that these fees go up or these fees go down? Is that part of it?
That is part of it. Council always retains the authority to charge less than the existing fees. So typically, consultants don't create fees that are less, or provide projected new fees that are less than the existing fees.
So, for instance, I noticed that our park fee is substantially less than other people. And I would like to see the park fee go up. Will your Nexus study go ahead and suggest what the maximum park fee is we could charge? Or do you say, oh, the current $10,410 is justified and that number doesn't change?
The Nexus study would utilize the attachment A referenced previously.
Yep.
And the cost there noted therein divided by the demographics I so wonderfully explained earlier to arrive at a projected fee moving forward. I believe the park fees were left off of this list because it was my understanding that we were not going to be able to increase them based upon the total costs.
So right now, the parks are part of pay-as-you-go on the CIP. So most of the work that is outlined or identified has been funded through the CIP. So there's, when you do this comparison, as I was laying out the public safety building previously, the net cost is very little for the projects that are identified. Also keep in mind that community services and public works are about, I think, a year away from completing the master plan for the parks. So we don't really have a full picture yet. So that's the challenge, but it's a timing issue.
So it sounds like we're not really ready to go forward with this study. I mean, I don't really understand it, frankly. I mean, it seems to me we could use more parkland. We have an increased population since we last did this. I don't see us buying any new land for parks. Why are we not doing that? Why is that not an unfunded need? Why is that not on here? Let's buy 10 acres or, or something like that for parks. I mean, why is that not here?
We did survey every city department. We do have a list, and we can provide that of what parks provide, and it was actually quite detailed. It didn't reach the threshold wouldn't have resulted in a higher fee than the existing fee.
Okay, but I mean, if you're going to go through this, you might have a smaller fee if you have. I mean, what I'm gathering, tell me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing you say is we go through and we look at the stuff in the CIP for the existing parks of that we might need, and then we take that and we divide it by number of population on a per capita basis or something like that, and say, and say this is how we do it. So if we had a study session, for instance, and staff looked at this and said, what do we need to do on our wish list for our parks over the next 30 years? I would, in 2035, I would think there's a lot more things we could do in our parks. And I don't feel at all comfortable that we've given this the thought from what I'm hearing, that we really, are moving forward on that base. And maybe I'm wrong. I just haven't heard anything that says, yes, we're going to need to buy 5 acres more of parks because we're going to have more population, or we're going to need to replace, all these other things, or we could really do these fantastic things to make these parks better. I mean, the Magical Bridges sat there for a long time, and, we looking at that. I mean, it just seems to me that there's a lot of things, and I haven't really seen any ability to get that done on this, through this.
No, absolutely, and we can certainly provide what the Parks Department, I believe Mr. Dope, he did an excellent job pulling together the data, and it was very inclusive, but the fee amount, the actual ultimate cost of the facilities that he noted would not be great enough to raise the fee. So
and that's my exact point. Do we have all the facilities? I mean, there may be other things, including additional parks. Then that's my exact point, is you want me to vote to this tonight before we've done the master plan for the parks, before council's looked at what our park plan could be for 2035, and taken a comprehensive look at this. You want to go off and do the next study, and that doesn't seem right to me.
I think from a sequential standpoint, we could come back later for any of the fees that were not adjusted now later and have that source, the master plan. Because the way I would look at it, Councilmember Scharf, is that you're missing out on a potential adjustment for the other fees that we have in front of you. So that's why we want to move forward instead of having a complete bucket.
Well, could we carve out the parks then? I mean, because I mean, if he's done his study on that, we can't then come back and deal with that issue.
No, we can't.
We can't.
Yeah, parks in a sense would be omitted, and the existing 10,000 number would stay in place. And we would either add new categories or potentially increase other categories as applicable. So the $10,000 fee would certainly stay in place.
Okay.
moving forward. I apologize
That would
for
stay in place?
Yes, yes.
And then we can come back and look at this
Absolutely,
again?
absolutely.
And carve it out. All right.
Well, I was just going to say that, but I think our cycle's been typically 2 to 4 years on doing this review. There's nothing that says the council couldn't ask us to come back faster, within a year or whatever.
All right. And then I just had some, I didn't see Coverly on this. Is there a reason why Coverly's not on this? That's a big number.
Yeah.
It's a really big number.
Well, we debated back and forth, and as I made my remarks at the opening, we were kind of in parallel with different tracks. We can certainly,
So what's the logic for putting the public safety building on here, where it's very likely that we're going to take this up tonight? In fact, why are we doing this in this order? Why are we discussing the public safety building first, so we know that? And if we're going to do that, what's the rationale between that and Coverly?
Well, the way this project's been delayed for a couple of years for various reasons. One of the reasons is there's so many decisions pending, and we figure we better just get something going and review it. The certainty that you'll make a decision on the public safety building is a lot greater right now than Coverly. Coverly still needs a lot of negotiation and discussion, and we need to have a fairly certain project, certainty that something will occur. And we just weren't sure where we were going to end up with Coverly. But we did have that discussion internally. Should we at least identify the cost that we know, our 8 acres? So that's definitely one that we can make more decisions on.
So, but that's what I'm really trying to understand. Is this through 2035, this is our vision for what we're going to do for the community? Or is it, no, we've identified these clear projects that we've already agreed upon doing and that we need a funding source for, and it's very prescribed? Or is it much more, on the IBRIC report, didn't IBRIC talk about Coverly and needing to do that? So I guess I'm sort of sensing, I don't see a consistent methodology here, and that concerns me.
I'm sorry, borrowing from some other experiences. So, part of the concept here is to set a fee that actually gets applied, say, in a given year to a new construction project. So a new house that's built has to pay that particular fee that year. Then they're done, regardless of the methodology. So there's nothing that says we can't be making adjustments on these fees as we move through time each year. And there's nothing that I would understand that precludes us from making a marginal adjustment in one area without having to go back and look at absolutely everything. So you could say, for example, well, I'm just making this up, just both of the things, Coverly, and actually maybe we do want to buy down a portion of the public safety building, maybe in a year or something, and get $10 million worth of it just provided. I don't want to throw us off track there, but to show that there is flexibility. And then we could redo the recalculations on that and throw that into the through 2036 period or whatever it is a year from now, correct?
Yeah, and the recommendations I provided, we're looking at the total cost per category, and originally there's only an ABC now. There was parks, there was libraries, there were several other categories, public works, and we determined that given not the lack of input, but the lack of dollars in some of those categories, that the updates may be better done at a later time.
Can I just say one other thing, if I might, Councilmember Sharp? So I think the council members' questions are really good in that there are definite unfunded capital needs or community facility needs even that aren't included in this. And they are the sort of thing that the council could set enough policy direction, like they are looking like they're doing in a different way on the public safety building, so that it could be added in. At the same time, this is also practically applied when a building permit or whatever is drawn, so that, let's just say if we wait for 6 months to make those adjustments, we miss out on say, this increased adjustment for the next 6 months on new houses and everything that comes in. So I think that there's an argument to say that making some movement forward is in our best interest, even if we acknowledge it's not all the way we want to go, and then directing us to come back with some of those specific changes.
But we've done this every, 2 to 4 years? So what I'm hearing you suggest is that we do this on a more frequent basis, but I'm just really asking, we could very well lose the $57 million on the public safety building right off the bat, the $6.7 million on the fire station 3, the $7.5 million on fire station 4. I actually haven't gone through what other stuff we have here. Maybe there's other stuff. So I guess I'm just wondering if this adds enough things in. It wouldn't take that much more to him to say, go add these other things in. And that's really what I'm trying to get with this is, should we add more things? And should we be realistic and say, some of this stuff may very well come off by November, which is not that far away. There'll be a funding source for it.
It could be. And I think what we should have done in looking back is giving you the other list of the other areas that were considered so you could appreciate the review, I guess. I'm looking at the list right now, and I don't have a copy for you, but I can speak to it so it kind of makes some sense in what we looked at. The fee for parks and recreation facilities had 33 items, totaling a net cost of $57 million. Included in here were the $6 million estimated for the athletic fields of the golf course, $11 million for a city gymnasium, and we had Coverly field restrooms, Coverly roof replacement, Coverly mechanical and electrical upgrades, Coverly tennis courts. So even after putting all these figures in here and all these 33 projects, the analysis came back that we did not need an adjustment on our rate.
So, but rates don't necessarily go down then, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Because the council always retains the authority to charge less.
We're not going to lower the rate. I'm saying we're not forced to because we don't have enough money on this.
Correct.
So the law says once you have a fee in place, you don't have to lower it? Is that, even if you don't have the projects to do it?
It doesn't say that, but people do not hire development impact fee consultants to lower the rates. Right.
No, exactly. I just wanted to make sure we had the right.
Yeah. And I would say, the city department's did an excellent job, and
well, you said that over and over again.
Well, they did. They really did. And as he noted, 33 parks and recs projects. We have to be careful to not let the tail wag the dog and to target certain rates. And that's been part of my position, is to not encourage benchmarking or finding a certain number that's going to result in increased development impact fees. So we were attempting sort of an organic bottom-up development of a take parks and rec list, and it just didn't happen to get there. Could it get there in several years? Yes, and at that time we could certainly update the rates.
So one of the questions, the Finance Committee talked about 3 issues that Councilmember Burt mentioned. Where did we end up on those? Did we end up on let's do it, or did we end up that you're going to study it and come back to us with proposed rates for that, or that's not included in this Nexon study?
What I would like to see is if there are big ticket items that are going to be struck, that they be struck before we calculate fees. Does it?
That wasn't the question. I was concerned about that exact issue.
Yeah.
Is that there's a bunch of big ticket items that look to me that are going to be struck, and there's a bunch of big ticket items that are missing, and that we should add those in before we calculate fees.
Yes.
What I've heard from you is that, we're going to know this in November, and I was unclear if that's enough time or whatever, but that struck me as, that was the thrust of my main question. My second question then was, Councilmember Burt laid out a transportation fee, a wastewater fee, public safety fee, right? And the question was, are we putting these in here, or are we not putting these in here to be studied and come up with a suggested fee?
So let me answer it in sections. I think for the transportation, there's a pretty good chance that a lot of the projects that, in terms of the net cost, could be still in that neighborhood. So the answer is yes. For the public safety building, I think there's going to be several projects, especially the public safety building, which you might make a decision here soon, where it would go away. So where we may end up with a low amount, and we may end up, therefore, with a smaller fee. And it may make sense, or from an administrative standpoint, we may say it's not worth the trouble. But I think it's best to let us go forward until you have made the final decisions on that. In terms of C, the general government facilities, I think on this, we can also continue to go forward, because I think the MSC, it's still unclear whether we have funding sources for that at this point.
You said the MSC, right?
Right.
Because wasn't it, my final question, the MSC was, I thought it was like a $300 million number. I remember something like that. And so that's a huge number. Maybe it was 200. Wasn't it a huge number? I just can't remember.
It's over 100.
And I think what
and why is that not in here?
Well, I think what staff said, that it was not a reliable number, and that they're going to undertake a consulting review to update the number, and that's part of the CIP process.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Holman?
Yes, thank you. So page 82, the parking in lieu fees. Excuse me, the parking impact fees. I didn't see those included on the list to be raised, but this has not been updated since 1989, is what it looks to be here. So I was wondering why that one wasn't updated, and also in lieu parking fee for downtown development was updated in 1995, and I think it looked like that one was being recommended for update, but why not both?
They certainly may need to be updated. We are under contract to update citywide fees and not zonal fees. So there are several fees that are just charged for specific areas. The downtown parking fee, I believe there's some fees at the Stanford Research Park. Those zonal fees were outside of the scope of our contract. I know that's not a satisfactory answer, but
that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
Right, and we're just taking them in chunks that we can manage at this point, and then continue the process of doing all of the fees.
Okay, I hope we're back here again soon to look at some of the rest of these. Lalo, I believe that the comment about demolition didn't come from Finance Committee. It came from me at a different meeting. And there are two reasons. One I'll mention just briefly is there are two reasons why the definition of demolition needs to be changed. One is because of what's identified here on page 82 in the second full paragraph towards the end, is that home remodels are exempt from impact fees, yet as you suggested, there are and have been for years, this has been an issue of mine for years, there's really a gaming of the definition of demolition where a house ultimately gets demolished because it's demolished in phases. So it has two impacts. One is that owner doesn't pay impact fees, but the other thing is they don't have the newly assessed property taxes. So it's a double whammy, and I really want to see that demolition definition changed. I have a question about on page 87. 87. In the third category down, it says residential subdivisions of over 50 parcels. How many projects do we have in this town that are over 50 parcels? And does that include like condominium subdivisions? Is that counted as a parcel here? Because I don't see that we get, how would we get anything ever from this if it's 50 parcels?
I don't know the answer, and I don't know if planning staff that may be in the audience can answer there to help me out. Otherwise, we'll get a report back to the council.
Yeah, I think we need to know that, because it seems to me that number ought to be something like 20 at least, not 50 in Palo Alto. I just can't imagine that happens there, and I've today tried to think of like what projects, you know, where there may have been 50 parcels, even if we're counting subdivision, condominiumization. I can't think of a single project, maybe the Palo Alto Bowl site, but I don't think that one either. I don't even think 800 High may have that many units, but I mean, I just don't think it happens. And it's not clear if this even includes condominiumization or not. So I think that number is really suspect. And then the special zones you said we weren't necessarily doing here, but it seems to me there ought to be a California Avenue in lieu fee, like there is downtown. But is that outside the scope of this? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So it's a comment then. I concur with virtually everything that Councilmember Shar said about parks. And I was wondering if this this impact fee went to the Parks and Rec Commission for any kind of consideration. There's no indication of that.
It did not, and it hasn't been part of our process.
Okay. Sometimes when with due respect, sometimes we get the comment back that it's not been part of our process, but I don't know that we should be married to our process if there's an improvement that could be added to our process. So I would look forward to staff being proactive and saying, we don't typically do this. And you do it on other things. We don't typically do this, but we think, in this occasion, it's important to take this to Parks and Rec Commission. And you do that sometimes. So I don't want you to be so bound by the restrictions of process that you don't be more proactive. I'm curious, too, about commercial impact fees. Commercial impact fees. This is all based on residential, is what this chart shows.
I apologize. I was having a conversation with the city manager. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, just commercial impact fees. This is all residential.
Non-residential, commercial, and industrial in the middle. Per square foot.
Okay, we don't have anything to. What was frustrating me greatly was that this chart that we got tonight was not in our packet, so there wasn't anything to compare it to. So I look at this, non-residential, and I don't have anything to compare it to. In surrounding communities, yeah. I don't have anything to compare it to. And I think it's really, really, really important that we have that because if we're, how are we tracking with other communities? Because there have been comments about a variety of different things, like are the residents subsidizing the impacts of commercial development in this town? And so I think it's really critical that we get that information. How do we compare with other communities in regards to commercial impact fees?
We'll embed them in the staff report in the future.
And is it possible that when you're coming back with information for this, that can be gathered and presented?
Yes.
Okay. So will that need to be a direction when we make a motion?
No.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. Then also, just kind of looking at this generally, and another comment, I'm sorry, I'm putting two criticisms in here, I'm sorry, but this chart that apparently was or something similar to this was provided to the Finance Committee. It was not in our staff report, so it really made it difficult in reading through the minutes from the Finance Committee, and I don't know what they're talking about. I have nothing to look at, so if staff would just be cognizant. Sometimes that happens where what goes to the committee doesn't come to the full council, so I'm sorry I'm taking a little bit longer for this, but part of it is because we didn't have this. So where was I going with that? Oh, yes. So if you look at something that was a lot of discussion at Finance Committee, the water, sewer, storm drain fee. If you take and look at the chart to the right, if you track this across from left to right, and you look at Palo Alto, we're per single family dwelling, we're at basically $37,000. You take out the sewer hookup, which is essentially $10,000, we're at $26,000, which takes us, down a lot to be in line or lower with other communities. So I don't see that this chart seems to be a little bit misleading because it includes the sewer hookup. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be included, but it's a little deceptive because it looks like we're peaking a lot higher. Am I missing something there?
Well, I think we did go back and forth, and I had offered and can still offer and can do that rather quickly to reflect it either way. But you know, it certainly is an outlier and otherwise pretty consistent data.
But it seems to me at least I have an asterisk beside it, or have just like a separate little. Yeah, Lalo.
No, I think what I was going to have Nathan trying to explain to you, and we had this conversation earlier tonight, that Santa Clara County, as typical and usual that you hear, we're very different. Each agency tends to do the setting of the fee in a different manner. Nathan was telling me if you go to Fresno County, Sacramento County, it's pretty much the same way across the agencies in the county. You come to Santa Clara County and it's not the same. So that's another challenge, and maybe you can talk a little bit to that, as to, you were saying how some of the agencies have the water fee structure a little different.
Yeah, certain agencies, and obviously Palo Alto, I know in the Black and Beach study took a much more future-oriented approach, and the fire code has changed several times in the last 10 years, and that's impacted sprinkler flow and hydrant flow. And so Palo Alto, and certainly anyone from Public Works could contradict me or comment, but suggested a higher, basically, main diameter than other cities do. And so it becomes a difficult apples to apples comparison, because one city may require a half an inch and Palo Alto may require 5/8 of an inch or an inch. So it becomes tricky to analyze their water and their wastewater development impact fees, because do you look at the size of the diameter of the pipe? Do you look at the actual fee per single family dwelling unit? So there's some some difficulties there.
Okay, all right, and I guess what it seems to be, just taking a quick look at the non-residential, the commercial industrial, it's $4,500 per 1,000 square feet. Just look at parks. Well, it's hard to do that. There's not even a total of the that I'm seeing non-residential impact fees. So just doing a quick look at this and trying to track it, and again, there's nothing to compare it to other communities, but it looks like it's lower than residential, but I can't say that for an assurity, because don't have totals and they can't track that without a calculator, and also compares to other communities, both of those things.
That is my sense, and we'll provide that data, but the Palo Alto is relatively lower compared to these peer communities on the non-residential side.
I think that's something we ought to focus on.
Yep. Sounds great.
So I think those are my questions and comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Klein.
How involved was planning in this?
Well, I have to first note, colleagues, that we're now a little over an hour behind our schedule, and we have, in my view, one of our more important things later on when we talk about our where the real money is going to come from for the infrastructure. And that does lead me to my basic question, and not having had the advantage of being on the Finance Committee on this probably is very, very basic. How much money are we collecting on this, and how soon would we be able to build a project like the public safety building if that was the only this was the only source of revenue we were relying on?
I think that's an excellent question and an excellent point. For that project, I don't know if you're ever actually going to get there over the time frame of this study. It is, I think I noted, it's just one of the arrows in the quiver, and it will certainly help. But as far as individually funding the first project on your list, especially if it's a $57 million project, I don't think you're going to generate that much in fees over the life of the project. And the main reason for that, sort of step back, is because we have to allocate the cost of that project between existing development and new development. And say if we just take 25% for new development, we're only looking to finance a maximum of $15 million there. So the fees are obviously reduced, whereas if we were in a new city from scratch, we could go after all 50.
And the 25% comes from what?
The 25% is just an approximation for our discussion, but this generally looking at existing demographics versus future demographics, both homes, employees, and non-residential development.
Okay, I'm assuming that, or maybe I'm using my own math and getting to the same place, that I'm assuming that we have new construction, both commercial and residential, that comes out to somewhere between 1 or 2% per year of our existing stock?
Yes, that's very good. Very good. So my sense is that Palo Alto, I had referenced earlier, largely built out. That number may, when we do the Nexus study, may be closer to 15 to 20%, whereas,
that's 15 to 20% over the 20-year period.
Correct, exactly. Whereas a community that's a little, maybe more rural, less built, take a Yuba County, may have 30 to 40 to 50% increase. So that sort of skews that allocation.
So if we took just very gross numbers, and let's take the 20%, since I can do that in my head pretty easily, that means that the most that a fee just devoted to the public safety building, if we had one, the most it would come up with is 20% of the cost.
Yes.
And
yes.
Over 20 years.
Over 20 years, yes.
So the present value of that is what? A quarter of that? 5%? So if we were talking about how to finance the public safety building,
certainly,
according to my math, we're talking about only, on a present value basis, a few $1 million out of the $57 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Just want to make sure that we're talking about that. Yeah. And Lalo, do you have the answer as to how much money we're raising right now from these fees?
I don't have a cumulative total, I apologize, but we have, for transportation, collected 4, 6, we have about 600,000 right now, and then for waste, wastewater collection, 1.3 million collected through 11, 12.
Yeah. And that's over how many years?
This is activity.
You typically have a 5-year, use it or lose
you have to
it.
use it within a 5-year window.
Okay. So and my last question is, I was a little concerned as to, in reading at the bottom of page 82, where it says that you all delivered your report to the staff in May of 2012. And so where has this been for the last 22 months?
Unfortunately, this is the area where I didn't have a budget director, and this project and the utility org project were the two that suffered on the list of priorities of everything else that we had.
Okay, so in essence, because of that, we have cost ourselves some money?
Potentially on the transportation side, but, you know, if it comes out based on the projects that we know now. I don't know if we knew a good inventory of the projects too, you know, because we've been a lot more aggressive since the, I would say since the IREC recommendations and revisit of the projects.
Well, going forward, if we had the same situation, would we not have been better financially if we could have hired a temporary person with the necessary skills to shepherd this?
Well, part of the problem is you need a certain amount of internal knowledge to navigate the multitude of departments and different department personnel in each group that handle all the different projects. So I ended up reshifting Nancy Nagel's priorities in order to get this done, because she's been with the city for a while, so she knows who the players are.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Price?
Yes, thank you. I want to go back to, thank you for the presentation. I want to go back to your opening comments about this comparative survey result. Mm-hmm. You made it sound as if you had trouble getting some, well, there's an issue of definition and comparable data, so that was one issue. But when you presented this information originally, you made it sound as if perhaps the cities weren't as forthcoming, or this list is not complete. So do I assume that this is sort of the first round of we're really looking at this, those of us that haven't been in these other committees, that the chart that I'm seeing right here on the comparative survey results, that within the various city categories, this is not really a true picture of all of their fees? Or am I missing a very basic point here?
No, I think it is, except for Santa Clara.
Except for Santa Clara?
The city of Santa Clara, yeah.
Okay, because, affordable housing fee, Sunnyvale and some other cities, I mean, I guess I'm looking at this thinking that there are some appear to be some significant gaps here in the information that's being presented. So I know this is preliminary, and I could be wrong, but are you comfortable with the information that you're presenting here?
Yes.
And is it really complete?
Yes. With respect to affordable housing, it is charged. Affordable housing is the one category that is charged incredibly differently across really all of these cities. Certain cities, it is almost impossible to arrive at a per unit count until you have a specific project. Menlo Park and Mountain View were per single family dwelling, so it was easier. Palo Alto and other cities, we could arrive at a figure with hypothetical projects. We can certainly do that. If you added, the 15,000 from Mountain View and Menlo Park, that might be an attempt to equalize in that sense. But we were interested in analyzing, if the developer files his paperwork on a per unit basis, what would he get? Not necessarily on a per project basis, because the project can differ and the value of the project can differ. But we try to arrive at that per unit calculation. And it is different, and it is sometimes very difficult to equalize.
Okay. And Santa Clara, for example, I don't know all certainly don't know their fee structure, but the 49er Stadium, I don't even know the methodology they've used for funding of that. But this feels as if there are some gaps here in the information. So the other question I have is, you're making some adjustments. This is over the project list is 2035. I concur with the other comments made by colleagues about the importance of adding Cubberley. I see this as sort of a phased approach to the development impact fees, because clearly we are trying to determine what makes sense, what is the proper methodology in terms of coming up with a fee structure that's really defensible. In your experience in working with cities, have you been in situations where the development impact fees have an automatic COLA adjustment on an annual basis?
Yes, that's
because I don't know if we do that. I don't remember.
Nate, remind me, that's if they set them below 100% of the fee, or even at 100%?
Even if they...
The council policy that has been put in place from the last, it was not at 100% of some of the fees. I don't remember, each category off the top of my head. There was concerns about the total impact to the projects, and so that was...
And to the people paying the fees.
Exactly. So that was the driver of the discussion, from my recollection on the last time around, that's why there was no discussion of an inflator, because they were concerned of where we benchmarked.
I see. So you're looking at the total impacts, cumulative impacts, rather than any built-in adjustment per each category.
That's where the committee had focused this discussion.
Okay. And the other issue, I know that in our budget documents, we often, which I greatly appreciate, there are a lot of notes that really clarify the numbers. And I think that if there were a few more clarification points here in this chart, for example, recognizing, I know you can't, in these PowerPoint presentations, that's impossible. But if there were some sort of significant points that would be useful for us as we're looking at the information, I think that's very important. And including things as simple as when there's some facility costs listed here, or estimated facility costs, I think it's really critical to know what's your baseline year. Are you talking 2013? I assume that. And then, you know, we all know that these are going to roll out over an extended period of time. So in an ideal world, it'd be great to have a range listed, but there's so many variables here, it's impossible to do that. Those are my questions. The other issue on the assumptions made about growth here. So I assume you've conferred with the planning department and are aware of our sensitivity regarding numbers related to potential rate of growth. There are different entities that are making different assumptions about that.
Versus ABAG, yes.
Right,
Yes.
so that you have the assumptions you're making are consistent with previous discussions and policies that we are working with. I just assume that, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So I really want reassurance, and
Yes.
you've given it to me.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, so thank you. I look forward to seeing this again. I think there's a lot more work to be done. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make a couple comments and then put the motion out here. This is impact fees for brand new families moving into Palo Alto, or a new unit of housing, and more people using our libraries and our park systems. I don't think I remember looking at this as an area where we were actually trying to capture brand new fire stations and police department stations, but just to try to keep up. I remember getting, maybe it was after this meeting, a very nice, long, articulate informational from Greg Betts about the park system, and maybe, Jim, you can ask him to send it out to everybody, that there is a parks policy, which you guys are following on this. We have a policy for how far away a park should be from a neighborhood, from all homes. We have a policy for how large that park should be, and there are three parks that are undersized and flagged for the possibility if something comes up around it. I'm thinking maybe Scott Park right over here looks awfully small to me, that we might actually consider purchasing it, although I don't believe that we try to capture the fees to actually do the type of purchase that we might have to do in this day and age, which would be millions of dollars as opposed to a few $100,000. So for this purpose, we are, I'm going to make the motion to move that the development impact fee project needs list be approved so that we can move forward with this study. And I've got a second from the Vice Mayor. I do expect, I'm just going to talk for a couple more seconds here. I do expect that this will continue to evolve, and this does not stop that process, but at least launches this process, recognizing that this is our list tonight at a moment in time, and that there will be decisions to be made about our infrastructure, which is on our agenda tonight. And so things will develop more. So, Vice Mayor Niss, would you like to speak to your second?
I think we've all spoken fairly conclusively on this, and it's quite clear that this is still something that is continuing to be alive and moving forward and so forth. But for tonight, we were asked to have and given an approval on this particular recommendation.
And Councilmember Burt, yeah, I see your light on. Does that mean you want to speak on this?
Right. I only reported out the committee and didn't speak for myself. So I think colleagues have brought up a number of good issues, and really one of them that's very fundamental is that this was done in early November, and since that time we've really moved forward on our infrastructure project. In addition, even at the time of the Finance Committee reviewing this, there were a number of major areas that we were interested in really vetting more thoroughly. And it was something we struggled with on, okay, do we go forward with this at this time, or does it need to be re-examined? And I tend to think that because of what has changed over the last 5 months, even though we don't want to slow down this process, it really may be appropriate to return this to the Finance Committee for an update. And so I will offer a substitute motion to do that.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your substitute motion?
Well, I predominantly already have. I think enough things have changed since the Finance Committee reviewed it that we don't want to bog this down a bunch. I think we've gotten enough input from colleagues tonight that it doesn't need to have a whole lot of additional staff time. There's probably some things that we had asked for at the time of the last Finance Committee meeting that we're going to fold forward into the next time as we got in the phase 2 of this project, but some other things that colleagues have raised tonight. So I'd like to move this pretty rapidly forward, but I think this would be useful to integrate it with the changes that have happened in our infrastructure planning.
Councilmember Schmidt or Scharf, would you like to speak?
Sorry, the city.
I'll defer till.
Yeah, would you like to speak to your second, and then we can go on to the city manager?
So just briefly, and I don't think this is a reflection on the committee or on you guys, but a lot has changed. I think that's fairly clear from the discussions we had. And it's really been a long time since we looked at this, and we've actually come a long way. And so for the reasons Councilmember Burt said, I think we do need to take a look. And I don't think this will delay it much, but it'll allow a more thorough vetting and allow a lot of these, and will actually save time because you won't have to come back. You know, I was uncomfortable with the answer that, you know, in a year from now, let's redo this. We don't redo these things. Staff doesn't have the capacity. I was listening to Lalo say it took, what, 23 months? Is that what Councilmember Klein said? Just to get it from there to here. So this notion that we're going to come back, that's what sealed it for me, that we're not coming back probably for another 3 years after we do this. So let's take another 6 months. Let's get the right list. Let's think about this clearly, and let's get it done.
Thank you. So I appreciate the very last comment, part of Councilmember Sharp's comment, because I do think that it is about 6 months. And I mean, and I'm not arguing against the substitute motion at all. Going back to finance, I think will require, obviously, some direction back to the staff. And then we've got to build up the rational nexus component of this. Just so, I mean, we can't just say we want to buy this thing and do it. We've got to go back and do that. That being said, you may come out ahead, you know, just doing it that way. Then, because the consultant's going to have to continue with this other phase of this work right now, and probably almost by the time you get that done and we get this adopted, we'd be back in the loop on this next thing, even if we were doing it in the same year. So I think with this understanding that there will be some hard-nosed staff work that will need to be done, and we can do that more quickly the clearer the direction from council about what areas, you know, what gaps you want to fill in the kind of capital facilities needs plan. So I'm.
Okay, Councilmember Klein.
Well, I can favor the motion, but I was aghast at the idea that it's going to delay things for 6 months. I don't see, since the Finance Committee has seen this before, I don't understand why you couldn't finish the Finance Committee's work in 60 days. And can I persuade you to put that in the motion, that the Finance Committee recommendation back to the Council, which I hope would be on the consent calendar, would be no later than...
If 90 days would seem more comfortable from a Congress.
Well, I'm very much concerned that you get the Finance Committee get this done before it starts hearing the budget.
Yep. So I want to balance that with being realistic. I think
May 15th.
Can we hear the city manager's thoughts on that?
Well, I'm seeing this work initially as more the Finance Committee's work than the staff's.
It is to a good degree, although some of the staff work needs to reflect the changes that the Infrastructure Committee has already done, as well as some of the things that were input at the Finance Committee that weren't really yet folded into this report and what's happened tonight. So I think it's both.
Well, I'll concede to the 3 months, but I hope that that's back to the Council, so you got to finish it before then. And I think you want to, because if you get bogged down in the budget, you're not going to get it done.
I agree.
So is that part of the motion by our first meeting in June?
Yes. And so why don't we, and so staff understands, we may have it in an imperfect form at that time, but it will be further along than it is right, or more contemporary than it is right now.
Well, I'm a little concerned about this, Larry. You know, I think the idea is good. I think there should be a little leeway for staff in here to say it has to come back within 3 months. I don't want something to come back that's not done right, frankly. I don't want something in an imperfect form. I'd rather wait a month and get it done right. And, you know, I probably could go with this if it said 3 months on the consent calendar. And do we really want it on the consent calendar? We might. Depends if, what happens if there's not an agreement from infrastructure, and from finance? What happens if it's...
No, I didn't, that's just
I mean,
a wish on my part.
2-2.
The part I would like to see in there is just that this will be returned to the council by the first meeting in June.
Does staff think that's realistic, or should I not agree to it?
Well, I think it depends. I mean, I think if the issue is just to pull out the components that are in the infrastructure funding plan that might no longer be eligible, and to do that kind of recalculation, that's one thing. If the committee's also going to identify other capital facility objectives that you either think are undervalued or absent, that requires a rigorous analytical process on the part of the staff engaged, working through and developing those things. We can't just sort of say, oh, that's $20 million and let's set the fee at that. It's got to be able to, again, this, I mean, the basic litmus test is that these projects have to be kind of emerging from the bottom up and not being driven by our desire to set a new fee. And that takes making sure that we go through a thoughtful process. If you want to pull the one pieces out, then I think we can commit to that. But the same people who are going to be involved in the budget meetings and supporting the budget and all of this are going to be doing this during the same time period over the next 3 months.
So, Larry, would you agree that the Finance Committee will hear it in May? Because it's up to the Finance Committee to decide if it's ready to come to council. And they may decide it's not at that point, or they might decide it is. I mean, but we definitely want the Finance Committee to hear it before they start the budget, which I guess that was the thrust of your motion. I just have trouble with it saying it has to come back on consent, it has to go to council, because they may not feel it's ready to go to council.
My personal, if you don't accept the change, then I'll move an amendment. But my concern is that this thing is dragged already for 2 years, and that costs the city money.
Well, it can cost the city money to do it too quickly as well.
No, I think that we just have to get ourselves on a faster pace, and I think we can do it. And my concern also, further one, is that if the Finance Committee doesn't finish this by somewhere around the time it starts hearing the budget hearings, then it really will have a good excuse that it just doesn't have the time.
Can I just remind everybody, I have 3 more speakers on this topic. We've taken about 10 minutes to try to figure out whether or not we're going to add a timetable on this. I honestly cannot figure out what it is that's so wrong with this that needs to go back to finance. But if you could speak to this and yes or no, apparently they're saying no. So do you want to try to get a second for your 90-day
yes,
motion?
That's why Councilmember Scharf refusing the amendment.
Okay, so would somebody like to say?
Accept it.
Okay, so now we've accepted it. All right.
I'm done.
Okay, Councilmember Holman.
Oh, and I'll just be quick with this. There are some things on this that I hope, and I won't try to add them in, but I'm just speaking to staff here. Some things are just having questions answered, like what does the residential subdivision of over 50 parcels mean? What does that mean? Planning director also isn't clear on what that means. It's not a criticism of anybody. It's just we need an answer to that. It's a significant and important thing. So I won't try to add it to the motion, but just when this comes back to finance, please have a question, an answer to that, please. And also some comparisons. I mean, our consultant had some awareness that our commercial impact fees seem to be low compared to other communities. So based on what? You know, if you already know that or seem to have that indication, surely there's something that can bring forward to that. And then if I can suggest something, a way that the Finance Committee might move quicker on this is to get done what we can get done in a sooner fashion. And if there are those things that need to be a phase 2, then we can recommend a phase 2 and a timeline for that rather than holding this up. Does that make sense to, and do you want that in the motion, maker of the motion, or?
I think the Finance Committee would have to take that up.
So I think it's a good point, which is whether the Finance Committee should have discretion to bring some or all of this back at the same time.
That's my point.
Second point is that it would only come on consent if there was unanimous approval by the Finance Committee. So I would like to change the motion to incorporate both those if the second is fine.
Okay, perfect.
So it would be that bring this back to the council on consent, contingent on unanimous approval by the Finance Committee, or normal procedures. And second, to return to the council by June with whatever portion of this is the recommendation of the Finance Committee for the council to take up at that time.
So in other words, a phased approach.
Yeah. So if there's something that's not ready, we don't hold up the whole thing because we say this one element we don't think is ready.
I think I thought we had agreed first meeting in June, not this June.
That's fine. Okay.
So is the motion as you would like us to address it? We've got 3 more people that would like to make comments on it.
Just a clarification.
I'm sorry, they'll get the final wording. The wording's right there. There's just a few typos at the moment, but it's captured. Thanks.
All right. Councilmember Schmid.
Yeah, I agreed with a lot of the comments that Councilmember Scharf made right up front. We're talking about an impact fee on new development. We're assessing that by taking the current CIP. Current CIP is what the council has said we need to do now because of past development. The new development might have an impact quite different. And so there's a discrepancy between looking at past, what we're voting on in the CIP, and what the impact of the new development is. I think Mr. Perez at the finance meeting actually said it is bizarre to use a capital needs list before the Nexus study comes out. I assume that what the use of the CIP is that we're taking a point in time. Now, here is the real expenditure of the community on the range of infrastructure needs that are taking place. Not necessarily saying that this new development is going to cause those things or not cause something different, but by taking a real number at a point in time, you're assuming that the distribution will be about the same. So that would mean that we shouldn't necessarily chase ourselves by going back to the Finance Committee, taking some of the CPI items off, and then saying, gee, in that 3-month period, we've added some new ones. Let's put those on, because we'd be chasing ourselves forever. So I think, the goal here is let's get a picture at a point in time and use that as the framework to say, this year, this is a realistic charge for new development. So let's move ahead promptly and swiftly on this.
Councilmember Price?
I'm going to ask you an impossible question, which is, do you feel you have sufficient information and guidance from this group to actually make some, forward-moving progress on this item? Do you have sufficient guidance and direction to make changes that we've been a little bit all over the place here? There have been some good comments, there have been some insightful comments. Maybe this is a question that's impossible to answer.
Well, I would say if the work we do at the Finance Committee is anything like this discussion, we won't be back for a long time. I mean, we are all over the place. And I did want to qualify it. I think that at least this language change is important because I don't think you have any meaningful staff response about what it's going to take to do this. And so I think you do need to keep it contingent upon getting into the work and being able to kick stuff back if that's what you want to do, or you have the other motion, which is to sort of just say proceed with what you've got, have a bird in the hand. In many ways, either can work, because what I take away from this is that there are gaps in what we'd like to see in our thinking about capital facilities needs, and as it relates to the development, and then how we convert that to a fee. So I think whatever we do needs to be contained. If you want action tonight, or if you want action in 3 months, needs to be this recognition that we're going to settle for something less than all the kinds of things that have been brought up in the conversation with the council tonight. And I'm just sort of looking at the smattering of things that we've been talking about. Not to be difficult about it, I'm just saying the same people are working on this stuff. They're working on the budget, they're working on the comp plan. And I will tell you one thing, not a criticism at all, but what is happening is that the systems demands of these different issues we have in the city are rightfully coming together. But the truth is, to really do this right, we've got to re-engineer this with much more involvement from planning than we have had. I'm not saying we haven't, but I mean much more integrated, to even the comments about the relationship of the comp plan and informing all of these things. Ultimately, you'd like to be able to look at it more in that way. We're not going to wait, as somebody said, 2 or 3 years to be able to do that. We've got to get moving. But I just think that we're going to have to, if we want to do something now or in 3 months, we need to acknowledge right now it's going to be less than the expectation that has been generated in this conversation. Maybe better if you wait 3 months than what we have, but it's still going to be less than what we're talking about. I think that's fair.
Councilmember Berman?
And we'll only be able to tell you that after this meeting,
So I think Councilmember Schmidt's comments were quite profound in this idea that we could easily be chasing ourselves constantly trying to find the perfect list of projects. And I guess I'm trying to get a better understanding of, and I want to make sure staff has the right understanding of what we'd be sending this back to the Finance Committee to do. Is it just to pull off projects that were on the infrastructure list and to maybe add projects that hadn't been identified, that you guys are going to go back and do a second look to see if there are other projects out there that we could add? Is that?
That's what I understood. But there's several departments, and we were focusing on the areas of the fees that we recommended to you tonight. Those 3, not everything else.
And if I heard this correctly earlier, I mean, if later on tonight the council decides to move forward on fully funding the public safety building with the existing resources, that will get pulled off of this analysis regardless of whether or not it goes back to Finance Committee, correct?
Correct.
And the goal, if we don't send it back to Finance Committee, is to finish this analysis in the next 6 months or so, before the end of the year, or when?
I think the goal would be to provide estimated fees for the categories discussed to staff within a month, and then to review those fees with Finance Committee or City Council in full, and discuss if those are palatable, digestible amounts. I think Councilman Schmidt's points about chasing the facility cost, I mean, that can be fluid. Ultimately, I think the council should be focused on the fee levels, and I would like to provide you guys with fee levels as soon as possible.
And that analysis, so if tonight we vote on the public safety building, that item gets pulled off.
Correct.
But other items that might be left up to future votes of our community would stay on, because those are still unknown as to what the final resolution of that is.
Correct. Sort of utilizing like a speculative standard.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I'm going to vote to just move forward with what we have. I think it's good enough. And I think, with the changes that will be made to big ticket items that might get resolved, not speculatively, but definitively.
And sorry, if the public safety building were removed in 2 months when I was processing the final Nexus study, I would have to go back and redo everything because that is just such a big ticket item.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Great. Thanks.
Councilmember Klein?
Due to the language with whatever proportion is ready, I worry that this would become too much of an exercise, and I will therefore vote no on the motion as we have it before us.
Okay, and I too will be voting no on this substitute motion. I think that Councilmember Schmidt has explained and has a good articulation of exactly what's going on. This is a moment in time in order to get to the next level, which is where we really want to get to, which is the Nexus study. So just accepting this list is, I think that this list is cross-referenced with our CIP. It is something that we've gotten very used to looking at in Finance Committee, and I think that the changes going forward with what we decide to do with infrastructure will be reflected on that as we move this forward without us having to come back and do a double take to make sure that that's what you did. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. And this is on the substitute motion where this would return back to Finance Committee.
Erase all any lights we might have put on.
There's no lights here, so could the clerk please remove? Yeah. Take the votes off. We're going to be voting on the substitute motion, which is to return this to Finance Committee and then put on consent calendar if there's a unanimous vote, and then return to Council by the 1st of June. Okay, and that motion fails. I'm going to reverse it right back to the original motion, and the original motion is to accept this list for development fee impact project needs list. Can we go ahead and vote? And that motion carries with Councilmember Holman voting no. All right then, moving on to the next item that we have tonight. Yes?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I had flipped my light on because I wanted a clarification before we voted, and you didn't see it. But I just wondered, when these other questions that we had, not even about the list, but about the fees themselves, when that would be coming back to either finance or council.
Why don't you go ahead and ask the city manager that? But you want to know what? I'm going to have him take that offline so that we can move on to our next agenda item. We're really late in the schedule, and there's been a lot of people waiting for the comprehensive plan.
Could you pause for just 10 seconds?
And actually, city manager, can we do a time check right now? It is almost 9:30. We have, I can just imagine we're not going to get to the naming of the library tonight since we've moved this to the end. And I don't want to have anybody sitting here in the audience beyond what they need to.
So the naming of the main library will be carried on to a date uncertain. Is that correct? Carried forward.
Yes.
Well, I think you need to make a motion.
Pardon?
Don't we need a motion?
To not take something up?
Don't have to. Have your city manager doing just what he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will not be, to not take something up because we will be taking that up after 11 o'clock. We can do a time check in a half hour.
You can make a motion, guys, if you
Okay, go ahead and make a motion.
Well, actually, I wanted to make a motion that we take up item number 11 first. I'm worried we're going to run out of time, and I think that's time sensitive. Whereas I'm not sure this item I'd rather take up after that in case we don't get to it. It could be an hour and a half discussion on
So we've got the comprehensive plan schedule, then we have the infrastructure report, and then we have the library naming.
Right, so I'll move that we take off the library naming tonight, but that we take item number 11 up first before we take up item number 9, I guess it is.
I would second that. I'll second it and speak to it if it comes to that.
Do we have a problem with switching one more time, doing infrastructure first and then comprehensive plan?
Well, I think you're asking the wrong person. I'm going to be here for both of them.
We have similar staff, though, on some of this, so, all right. Well, we have a motion on the table. Councilmember Klein, did you want to speak to this motion?
Only in the sense that I would appreciate a date certain for the library naming issue. We've been putting it off, and the library director previously told us that it was a time-sensitive matter.
Why?
Don't.
Just doing what the guys do.
So,
Madam Mayor, I think there's
Yes.
enough flexibility in the March schedule, right? I just don't know whether it would be the 17th or the 24th. So one of those two dates.
Right. We'll take it up in March. I think that's easy to accomplish. Okay, so for those that want to change the agenda and take infrastructure before the comprehensive plan, item number 11 next, and then item number 9 last, please vote on the board. Okay, and that, Councilmember Price and Klein, do you want to vote?
Passes.
It passes with Shepherd and Schmid voting no. So we will be taking up item number 11, which is the infrastructure project and a funding plan. And this goes to...
May I ask another question?
Yes.
So I have some staff here who's recovering from the flu and who are just going to go sit down. So if we're going to be, could we have a 10 o'clock check-in to see how we're looking, with the idea that if it looks like we're going to go long at all, that we're just going to have to reschedule the comp plan? I mean, you could have an hour and a half discussion on this next item, and so I don't see anybody having to sit around here for an hour and a half. So if we just saw how it was even going in this next half hour and then you made the call.
I think that's fair.
Is that fair? Thanks.
So, because we will not finish this in a half hour, I'm pretty sure. But now, Jim, do we have a presentation on this from staff?
Infrastructure?
Yes.
Richard?
We are now taking up item number 11, which is the infrastructure project and funding plan.
I'll let Richard take the lead on this and support his efforts.
We have some staff coming down. He's upstairs working.
Send the text to
Okay. Well, I think you can get started, right, as far as the presentation, yeah.
Well, maybe we can get to show our cards today.
Wait. I think we're getting more people to get here.
You work here on the 24th.
Oh, yes.
You think your email was right today? Yeah. I don't know if you saw, but I didn't know there where it says 70.
Presentation? Okay, let me know when you're ready. Okay, we're going to jump right in.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd and Council. Richard Hackman, Management Analyst with the City of Palo Alto. Just for any of you who don't know, I have taken over for Sheila Tucker and staffing the Infrastructure Committee and related work. And a lot has happened since we last came to Council. So tonight I will do a... Brad, do you mind passing me the keyboard? Tonight I will do a brief presentation on the issue, and then we're happy to answer any questions that you have. So this issue was last before Council on December 9th, 2013, and at the time was directed back to the Infrastructure Committee for further discussion and direction. Since then, the committee has met 3 times on January 10th, January 29th, and February 12th. On the screen, as was communicated in the staff report, are 5 key recommendations that the Infrastructure Committee had for Council consideration. Those recommendations are: proceed with a 3 percentage point transportation occupancy tax increase, prioritize the funding of the public safety building, proceed with TBWB, who's our communications consultant, outreach work on a TOT increase pending Council approval, direct the city manager to develop a plan for the public safety building, which was included in the staff report, and while proceeding with the TOT, do no further surveying work on which type of revenue measure to pursue. To aid the Infrastructure Committee in evaluating the city's infrastructure needs and funding sources, staff developed a draft infrastructure funding plan. 2 versions of this plan were presented for committee review and input prior to this most recent version being presented for council review. The 2 key elements of this funding plan are a list of key unfunded projects and funding sources, both existing and a potential 3 percentage point transportation occupancy tax increase. The main goal of this draft infrastructure project funding plan is to clearly align specific infrastructure project needs with specific funding sources and show the impact that a revenue increase has on the city's ability to fund certain infrastructure projects. On the screen are the specific projects that are set to be funded under this proposal. The highest priority project under this proposal is the public safety building. The entire cost of the public safety building would be funded using existing funding sources and COPs from anticipated new hotel revenue. To be clear, under this proposal, no funds from a TOT increase would go towards the funding of a new public safety building. All of the increased revenue from a 3 percentage point TOT increase, should Council choose to do that, would fund projects in Step 2 of this proposal, including bike pedestrian master plan implementation, park improvements, parking garage construction, and fire station replacements. So in terms of timing going forward, the city's communication consultant TBWB has outlined the following plan for public outreach and ballot language preparation. Under this plan, it's anticipated the council will make a final determination of whether or not to proceed with the TOT in June. That said, the latest possible date a ballot measure could be voted on by council and still allow the clerk's office sufficient time to register with the county would be the council meeting on August 4th. So with that, we will open it up to questions. A number of different representatives from various departments are here, as well as a representative from TBWB who, if not here, will be here shortly. He's on his way from another council meeting in the East Bay.
All right, is that it for the staff report?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'd like to go out to Councilmember Klein, who chaired the committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Infrastructure Committee has had, I think, a very challenging task and been helped a lot by the staff on this. We have literally 100 different variables here, perhaps more. You could move things around in a variety of ways, and Joe Saccio was very helpful earlier on in devising a very complicated spreadsheet where we could move things around as to what would happen if we include this project, we don't include that project. If we have this tax, we don't have that tax. And the spreadsheet you have before you tonight is maybe our fifth or sixth iteration as we've gradually simplified things and focused and got things down to a point where I think it's understandable by everybody and that we feel comfortable with the recommendations. Though I would note, given the variety of the number of variables that are possible here, that this is not the only answer. There's no one right answer here. If colleagues want to move one thing around, that's or two or three, that's all understandable. But I would only point out that, in that sense, that this is a whole package. So if you do, for example, choose to add another project, you've either got to come up with another source of revenue or say what projects you'd like to take out but have a similar dollar value. This is not a situation where you can just say we're going to add the following 6 projects and make it work. It won't. But I did want to reiterate there's certainly no one right answer here. The IBRIC certainly started as our framework, but there have been a lot of changes to what the IBRIC proposed, and in major part, that's due to the changes in the world that have occurred since the IBRIC did its report. We have more revenues than they were dealing with 2 or 3 years ago. We have the city's financial position is better. We've run surpluses. In addition, we have the Stanford money. Also, the Infrastructure Committee took a very careful look at the expense of a lot of these proposed projects and asked staff to go back and do additional work on the expense side. On some of the recommendations in the IBRIC, they took as a given the staff estimates as to costs. And in some cases, those costs were 10 or 15 years old. And one of them I do want to emphasize tonight, because it hasn't gotten a lot of attention in the past, and that's our fire stations. I think all members of the Infrastructure Committee have taken the tour of fire stations 3 and 4. That's the one at Embarcadero and the one at Mitchell Park, adjacent to it. And we've also toured Mountain View's modern fire station that's near Google. They're by coincidence number 5, so we went to 3, 4, and 5. Our fire station number 3 was built in 1942. Staff report says I think that they're more than 40 years old. Actually, fire station 3 is more than 70 years old. And station 4, if I recall correctly, was built in 54 or 55, so it's close to 60 years old now. Clearly, they're both obsolete. It doesn't take any expertise in how to handle fires and to realize that we have 2 obsolete stations there. So we also asked staff, and Chief Nicola, I see, is here. We also asked him to take a look at the estimates of the costs of replacing those 2. And he did, and those numbers are reflected here, and they haven't much changed since we got that estimate of approximately 10 years ago. But I think we all feel a lot more confident about it, particularly since Chief Nicola has had the experience of building new fire stations in his previous employment. But I think the community needs to know, and we need to know, that those fire stations are really inadequate. We've done a lot of talking about public safety building, but and that's still the committee's recommendation as the first priority, which I agree, but the fire stations aren't too far behind. One of the other major things that the Infrastructure Committee did was to try to get our recommendations coordinated with the capital improvement program. There's a line, though it's very hard to draw, between projects that would be funded by the CIP as we move out over time and projects that we're separating out as to be in this sort of special category where we're going to ask the public for an increase in tax, perhaps, and ones that are going to be funded just by our ongoing CIP program, which, as you recall, has a significant amount of money in it each year. And in some cases, we have taken things out of what the IBRIC had suggested as being funded by a special tax, and move them back into what we think is the area that where they can be funded by our regular CIP program. So if something is missing that you think should be here, it may be that we've said, and staff in its report points this out, that they're back into the CIP program. One of the, I think, surprising things, at least to me, was that the recommendation we had from our consultant was that we not have an advisory measure at the same time as a tax measure. I think that that had been talked about before. Many places have done it, but they haven't done it lately, according to our consultant. It's now deemed to be not a very wise policy to say, if you, in effect, say to the public, do you like this series of projects? And if you do, vote yes. And we're not bound by it, but that's what we'll do anyway. The recommendation is that we not do that, and that's what the Infrastructure Committee is recommending to you tonight as well. So that's the additional gloss that I wanted to give to you as to our report, and please have at it and ask questions and make suggestions and see where we go.
Madam Mayor, could I just ask one question? Does everybody on the council have this large sheet in your packet? Because it's probably what you're going to need.
That's the same one that was in the staff report, right?
Yeah, it's bigger. Yeah, well, you probably don't need the bigger one, but I was thinking most of the rest of us do. And just with the chair's and the mayor's indulgence, when you look at this, do you understand how this works, or would a 2-minute walkthrough be helpful? Because the committee spent 3 months taking all this stuff and boiling it down to this. So I apologize then if you need to have this in front of you, because I think it's going to be hard for us. You won't be able to show it on the screen. So if everybody has it, if you look in the far left-hand column that says status quo, what this does is it lists, first of all, the projects that are needed, and you see that totals $148.8 million, and the existing funding as we had identified it, and you can see down at the bottom even the future lease of the City Hall building. You see a total of $113 million. So that's just to orient this. So basically what this does is we looked at the unfunded projects and we said basically, well, let's build the public safety building, and that's step one. So if you go up northeast of that, you'll see the public safety building of $57 million, and the funding that out of the funding on the left-hand side here, the sources that were chosen are identified, and it says $57 million. So then if you drop down underneath that, you can see the next list says, well, these are the remaining unfunded projects from that master list that was to the left. You see the arrow connecting it. And then below that it says, this is the remaining existing funding. Are you with me? So then we're at this step, and we go to the second step, says, okay, well, there's $91.8 million left of unfunded projects and $37 million worth of funding. And so step two selects most of those unfunded projects and sticks them in the box 2, and you see it's $75.2 million. It takes all of this remaining existing funding, and it adds in the 3% COP to fund all of these projects. And then what is left over, unfunded from this master list, are these remaining unfunded projects of $16.6 million, the Cal Avenue garage, a second downtown garage, and some portion of the parks catch-up. So it really was sort of this, iterative choice-making process that says, again, let me just repeat, we have this amount of money in funding, which is sizable, but not enough to fund all of it without some tax measure. And we first chose the public safety building, the committee did, as the largest piece, not getting polling numbers that would indicate that a measure could fund it. And then said, okay, if we fund it out of existing revenues, that takes a big chunk of this out, and it starts to be easier to deal with the other choices as you go forward, both on the project side and on the funding side. And as Chair Klein said, obviously there's, you could rearrange any of these revenues or projects as needed, but for the most part, if you accept the basic hypothesis of these are the right projects and these are the right funding sources, and you support a 3% TOT, this basically says you can get virtually everything done. You've got these 2 garages and a little bit of parks catch up. Right. Okay, that's it. So I think you ought to be done in, I don't know, 15 minutes. I just thought it would be fun to try that myself.
Okay. Councilmember Klein.
I move the staff recommendation.
Second. Yeah, what is this? Sorry. Yeah, we're scrambling to find the staff recommendation. So. Yeah, it's on page 1. So the Infrastructure Committee recommends that Council approve the attached infrastructure project funding plan that allocates existing and potential future city funding to a prioritized project list with the recommendation to move forward with a 3% point transit occupancy tax increase. That's your motion. Okay, Councilmember Klein, do you want to speak to this? Not right now. Councilmember Scharf, would you like to speak to this?
Sure, I'll speak a little bit to it. So this has actually been a really long process. I was thinking back about this when I first when I ran for council, this was a big issue in the campaign. People were talking about how are we going to fund our infrastructure, and I'm sure you remember that, all of you. And it seemed really daunting at the time. I mean, people were throwing around numbers of $300 million, and we're never going to get there, and we've allowed the city to deteriorate, and that kind of stuff. And then it started with a colleague's memo. And then council went ahead and took it up, just made it a priority. And then we formed the IBRIC, which we were so lucky that Councilmember Berman served on. And this has been a really long process. We're now in the 4th year. And the amazing part of this is we've gone from a situation where we were in the depths of the Great Recession, and getting there seemed almost impossible at the time. And now we are actually in grasp of doing almost all of our infrastructure needs. And we're doing a number of it through existing funding, and we're going out for, a TOT measure if this passes, which polls, was it 80% and there's 70-some, I could look it up, it's what, 70-some%? I think this is really something we could all be proud of and say we've solved, or we're solving really 90-some% of a major issue that, and maybe, Councilmember Niss or Councilmember Klein give us that historical perspective of people who have been talking about the infrastructure backlog and infrastructure issues in Palo Alto for a really long time. And I think it'd be a huge accomplishment to frankly solve this issue. And that's really what we're on the cusp of doing today. And I think, assuming this passes, it's something we could all really be proud of. And so I really wanted to thank, all my colleagues and everyone who worked on the IBRIC, and everyone who really put in a lot of effort, which is every single member of the council up here on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Berman.
So thank you. Councilmember Scharf said it remarkably well. I had similar comments, and I won't make them all, but tonight's conversation is a really momentous occasion given where we've come. And I think the number that I remember back when I had applied to be on the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission, which thank you to most of you for appointing me to that, was $500 million. And once we dug into it on IBRIC, we realized that it was smaller. And the council took immediate action to fix some of the problems that we had, and the list has changed. Parking garages have gone on, and some other things have gone off, and the Municipal Services Center is a beast that will be handled in a separate process. But this is, the list of projects, and I think the decision we made on the Infrastructure Committee that I hope the council tonight supports, of prioritizing the public safety building, allocating existing resources to it, and saying, staff, we've got the money, move forward with the plan, is a really remarkable thing. That's something that I think we've had 3, 4, 5 different Blue Ribbon Commissions suggest over the past 20 years that we need a new public safety building. We've identified the funding for it, and we're saying let's go ahead and do it. I agree with, I was trying to think of a metaphor to use, and I agree with the goal of my colleagues, council members Klein and Scharf, as to the infrastructure items that we should go ahead and find funding for. I'm not sure, the football analogy is, we're marching down the field, but I'm not sure if we're calling the right play. I think we're going in the right direction, but I'm just not convinced that a TOT versus a sales tax, possible sales tax measure, is the right decision. And my reasoning for that is there are a couple of different reasons. The first is comparing our Palo Alto situation to our surrounding communities. And the TOT increase, right now we're at 12%, and the staff had a good table on page 6 of the staff report that shows the different TOT rates for other communities in the Bay Area. And you can see that Mountain View, just south of us, is 10%, Santa Clara is 9.5%, Sunnyvale is 10.5%, Redwood City up north is 12%, Menlo Park is 12%, East Palo Alto is 12%. Right now we're 12%, San Francisco is 14%, and so a 3% increase in that would cause Palo Alto to have the highest TOT rate in the Bay Area. And that's something that, versus the sales tax, which right now Palo Alto has an 8 3/4 sales tax rate. Almost all other cities in Santa Clara County have an 8 3/4 sales tax rate. All cities in San Mateo County and Alameda County, all their baseline is 9%, and they go up from there. And so if we were to have an 1/8% increase in the sales tax, that would put us marginally above other cities in Santa Clara County, except for Campbell, which is already at 9%, and still leaves us lower than cities in San Mateo County and Alameda County. So that's one reason why, and what I'm going to get to in the end is, I'm not necessarily suggesting that we do a sales tax increase, but I think that an 1/8% sales tax increase is something that warrants further study for a couple of weeks, so that we have a solid number so we have a solid idea of the amount of support in the community for that versus a 3% TOT increase. The polling that was done showed a 3% TOT increase has 70% support, and an 1/8% sales tax increase has 61% support. But I'm questionable as to, or I question how solid that number is, because the way it was derived was asking first about a 1/4 cent sales tax increase. So the question was, do you support a 1/4 cent sales tax increase? I think 52% said yes to that. And then for those who said no, the question was then, well, would you support an 1/8 cent sales tax increase? So it wasn't, and 9% more said yes, leading to the 61% that would support an 1/8 cent sales tax increase. That's not really a clean way to really get an understanding as to what level of support in the community there would be for a sales tax increase. I'm also not sure that we used the right general infrastructure items when in the poll that was asked for that item. It led with police patrols and 9/11 emergency response, and it didn't say anything about the parks or the bike and pedestrian plan, and it didn't say anything about additional parking supply, which we know there's a lot of support for in our community. And so another concern that I have about choosing TOT over sales tax is we could pass a TOT increase to support anything. The polling bears that out. There's little doubt in my mind that a TOT would pass for almost any item, but the public supports these items that we're talking about here. And I think that this could be an opportunity where we use a different revenue generating measure that might not be so easy to use down the road on items now that there's actually public support for, and we keep that TOT increase in our back pocket for future projects that will inevitably come up that we'll need to raise revenue for. So this is all a long way of me getting to, and from the timing issue, what I'm about to propose would possibly take a month, and we have plenty of time. We're not, I know we worry a lot about the calendar, but there are regional agencies right now that are just deciding to put revenue generating measures on the June ballot, let alone on the November ballot. And so, taking a month to go out in the field and do a poll on an 1/8 of a cent sales tax to see what type of support we'd have in the community for that type of a measure still leaves us plenty of time to, I think, do everything that we want to do in terms of making sure that we put together a robust resident information campaign before something goes on the ballot and we hand it off to an actual citizen campaign. So with all of that preamble, I'm going to make a substitute motion that we decide to do another short, small poll testing the viability of an 1/8 of a cent sales tax increase with a more accurate description of the general projects that it would support.
And I will second it.
Councilmember Berman, would you like to speak further to your motion?
I think I've spoken as much as I possibly could to that issue.
All right, Vice Mayor Niss, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, and I would agree with much that's been said so far. A TOT is the easy way out. I mean, there's no question. As Councilmember Berman has just said, I think we could go out and indicate to the public we were going to do virtually anything, because almost no one cares about what is being charged to the businesses or to the tourists who come through town. I'm feeling particularly vulnerable because most of you know I had to be back in Washington over the weekend, where the occupancy tax certainly looked to me like it was approaching 15. We had to be in Chicago last night, and there, if my calculations are correct, it was 16%. It doesn't feel good. And while we say, but they've got to stay here, they will pay it. As we approach looking at Anaheim or San Francisco or destination cities, as important as we think we are in Palo Alto, I think we first should look at a sales tax. I think it is a way for the community to support those items, as Councilmember Berman just said, this community believes in. Whether we're talking about bike routes, whether we're talking about a new safe route to school, whether we're talking about a parking garage, I think these are the items that we in this community believe in. And if we're polling, remember this is a 50%, it's a general tax, 50%. If we're already polling at somewhere near, and I think you said 61%, I think you have a very good chance if you want to do the sales tax. And you can always keep that TOT in your back pocket. It's a handy item. It's quite clear that it's passed easily before. For all the times, and City Manager, do you remember what year we first began the TOT?
I don't. Lalo? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know when it first.
It was. I think it was about. It was 10 cents. I remember was the rate, so it was a long time ago.
I know, and you could call your mother or someone with a dime. But as we look at this, I want us to think about this in another way. People come to visit our community. They may come here to visit their kids. They may come here to go to a football game. They may come here for a whole variety of reasons. Frequently, they're here on business. Frequently, if they're here on business, there's a negotiated rate that the hotels do with the companies who are in this area. While that may seem like a small amount, I'd like us to stay competitive, and I also want to be sure that we've given the community this opportunity to support this through a very small amount in the sales tax. 1/8 of a cent hardly shows, and you've got good information in here about what that would actually do to the sales rate. So for that reason, I'm supporting this motion and would align myself with much of what Councilmember Berman said in his speech tonight.
Okay, before we keep going with speeches, I'm going to do a 10 o'clock check-in. And it looks to me like we're not going to get to the comprehensive plan in the next half hour. And so I'm going to go ahead and ask the city manager to release staff for the comprehensive plan. And we will have to take this up hopefully at our next meeting. So I'm sorry, Hillary, that you didn't get to have a better night's sleep tonight. Now I've had lights on, and I'm assuming that colleagues can speak on the entire. We have no public cards, and so we don't have to be interrupted by that. I'm going to go ahead in the order that the lights came on, and you can speak to the motion at hand in either way, how you'll speak with the revenue measure.
Could I make just one question of the council member making the motion?
Okay.
We're only speaking to 1/8 of a cent, am I correct? Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you. I will not be supporting the substitute motion. I feel that although the points are certainly valid, it seems to me that given the work that's gone into the production of this report and all the analysis and the polling that's taken place, I'm comfortable with the TOT adjustment as proposed in the staff report. It seems to me that from a TOT point of view, we have consumers of hospitality services and hotel occupants who come through our town, and there's a huge multiplier impact of their time that they spend here. And I don't know if we have the information or not, but I would imagine as a region we have tremendous economic vitality, we have a lot of job growth, and I would imagine, and this is pure speculation, that other cities may be looking at adjusting their TOT. So as we've said in other discussions, this is just a moment in time. I'm comfortable raising the TOT as proposed by the staff. And the other side of the comments made here is this doesn't mean that we can't go to a sales tax increase in the future. I'm just more comfortable with the order that we're talking about, potentially talking about here, which is the TOT adjustment first, and then look at other options that we will be able to use in the future. And the direct comparison of TOT costs is also challenging, I think, because different cities, have other fees that roll into the fee that a hotel user is charged, and those are all a little bit different. They're not using exactly the same formula, and I think we should keep that in mind. I commend Campbell for its move on the sales tax issue. They were sort of early in the pack, and I think they did a good job at that point. So those are my comments.
I just wanted to correct, the seconder of the motion is not Vice Mayor Shepherd, but Vice Mayor Niss. That's going to...
Flashback.
Yeah. And Councilmember Burt.
So I just want to direct colleagues to page 4 of the staff report, where it breaks down the polling results for both the TOT and the sales tax. And starting in the second sentence, it says, at the outset, among the sample that was presented with the sales tax first in the rotation, the measure receives 57% support and retains slight majority of 51% even after an opposition message. And then down below, it says the sales tax measure receives majority support in every vote question except the final vote after the opposition message. At that point, support falls to 46%. So that's getting pretty marginal going into a campaign. And I know the polling is more complex than that, but that sort of range is one that would concern me.
That's a 0.25%.
Sorry?
That was for a 0.25%, not an 0.8%.
Oh, do they have the 1/8% for that breakdown?
It was only a backup question.
Thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Berman is clarifying that that is under the 0.25%. Okay. And we don't have our polling consultant here. Does staff have any additional insights on how the 1/8% polled?
I don't know that it's an additional insight. Brad Eggleston, Assistant Director of Public Works. But I do recall that in the polling, the questions were asked first about the 0.25% increase, and then it was a follow-up question about the 1/8% increase. And as Councilmember Berman had indicated, that it was a 61% yes result on the 1/8 cent.
And that was after opposing arguments?
It doesn't say. I don't know.
Thank you.
Councilmember Klein?
Common sense tells you, even without any polling, that the transit occupancy tax increase is a far easier sell than any increase in the sales tax. And I think the Vice Mayor readily acknowledged that in her comments.
So did I.
So, if we say there's virtually no chance that the TOT could lose, which I don't buy, there's certainly always a chance that any tax could lose, and everybody seems to concede that there's a far greater risk that the sales tax could lose, regardless of whichever numbers you want to throw around. That, to me, makes it a no-brainer, virtually, to do a transit occupancy tax. If you lose a revenue increase, you're not going to come back the next year with another election. Our history shows that. I point you only to our experience with library bonds. After the first library bond failed, it took us, 7 or 8 years before we could get back to having Measure D on the ballot and for it to pass. The business license tax failed 5 years ago. We haven't brought it back yet. Nobody's even suggesting a business license tax anymore. So if the sales tax were the one item on the ballot and it lost, I think it would be 5 years or more before we brought back another revenue measure for these things. And we're not talking about things that are just nice to finance. We're talking about things that really get to the heart of public safety, that to the heart of our parking problems, to things that we really need to solve. So when I hear this tax theory stuff, I say, well, that's all very nice. I recall having very good discussions when I went to law school about tax theory and what's an appropriate tax. But I want to see our problems solved, and I don't want to see this turn into some type of academic exercise as to which might be fair or whatever. I don't think we can take the risk that the sales tax might produce. I would note that we have a history here also of increases to the transit occupancy tax. It was just, 6-7 years ago that we increased the transit occupancy tax from 10 to 12. And we heard some of the same arguments made back then. Oh, we're not going to be competitive, or even though almost anybody has to acknowledge that a businessman, and most of our transit occupancy tax is from business people, is going to stay in Mountain View for a difference of $3 or $4 rather than when he's doing business or she's doing business here in Palo Alto. I don't think so. And history has shown that that's precisely what happened. That our hotels are doing very, very well. They have not been hurt by the increase from 10 to 12.
Can you just speak, I'm sorry, just to the substitute motion here, because we have heard about the merits of the TOT.
Wandering.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm wandering at all, Madam Mayor.
Well, right now we're going to be taking a vote on the substitute motion to substitute it out for the sales tax.
If that's the way you want to shorten meetings, we're going to have real problems. The choice here is between the sales taxes proposed by Councilmember Berman and the TOT, which is in the main motion. The other thing that's happened after the TOT was increased from 10 to 12% is that a number of other cities matched us. And I think that's going to happen again. So for a whole variety of reasons, I would urge you to reject the substitute motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmid.
Yeah, I guess we're being asked to support a tax, which means an election, and I'd like to just address the political issue of we need to, whatever we decide on, to support politically where we're going. I guess I would probably have had a preference for a bond issue of public safety. I think we all agree that that's a priority, our public safety needs. And while it's tenuous, you know, I felt it might be worth a chance. But instead what we're doing, and you know, I think it looks realistic, we're moving toward COPs. And COPs are different in that they don't create their own funding, but they take a guarantee from the general fund. And what's going behind it are the most dynamic taxes we have, hotel taxes. And we're pledging new hotels plus the increase in all the hotels. So we're taking that out of our general fund. And I just want to ask a couple political questions about that. First, I assume we're going with a 50% majority, so it's a general tax, not a dedicated tax. And,
Yes.
And what we're talking about here is taking only a portion of that tax. Now, is that going to be guaranteed in some way, or is it just at the discretion of the council each year to take that tax? What are we talking about?
Joe, you understand the question, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to answer it? No. So you're correct that it's a dynamic tax. We've shared that with the infrastructure committee. At least the TOT is, like sales tax, a dynamic tax subject to ups and downs in the economy. But what we have looked at is a relatively conservative number for the new hotel revenues, in the sense that what we have sort of programmed into the spreadsheet in front of you are revenues that are based on very conservative assumptions for occupancy and the daily rate. If we looked at anything near what we are receiving right now, the revenues could be somewhere as 30% higher. So basically what I'm saying is a couple of questions were asked before. So what's the ratio of the TOT revenues that you're expecting that you're using for debt service? And the answer to that question was about 70%. So there's a cushion between what we think we'll get and what, you know, would be dedicating. But it does go into the general fund.
When we go to the public, do we guarantee a certain amount of money will be spent each year? Is the council giving its pledge? How do we give our pledge?
The council is, the general fund is on the hook for the debt service, to answer the, you know, that we need to be very specific about. So there is no specific revenue per se that we're dedicating, because all that revenue goes into the general fund. We obviously were hopeful that we can pay, that 70% is a good number in downtimes, so that the revenue is there to pay the debt service that we've incurred.
But we are telling the public that public safety is associated with this tax.
With the new hotel revenues, that part of the funding for that would come from the new hotel revenues.
Now, what's called new? Is it hotels that are not yet open but already guaranteed? Suppose a new hotel comes in next month. Are they called a new hotel, or are they excluded?
If they're coming in like the hotel where Casa Olga was, that would be what we're considering to be a new hotel. And that has not started generating any revenues yet.
No, but I mean, if someone, a developer comes next month.
That would be a new hotel.
So we will define the quote new hotels as this set.
Yes, and we have opening times, roughly estimated opening times, and we've identified which hotels are new hotels.
The new hotels we have, we know where they are. I mean, they've been approved and or under construction. So if somebody came up with a new project, that would be beyond this. That's why I said it would be new.
Now, the general fund is guaranteeing it, and as you say, in the future there might be downturns and hotel revenues might go down. So the general fund becomes a guarantee of the annual COPS payment. Now, we as the council haven't gotten a copy of the 10-year forecast. I know you had one discussion with the Finance Committee about it, and I guess I did get a copy this afternoon. But there's a couple questions. I mean, and again, this is a political issue before we go ahead, that I know there's a question about sales tax revenues, which were one of the most dynamic parts of our revenue gains over the last year, but there were some very special circumstances. Now, has that been taken into account in our 10-year financial forecast?
I'm sorry, the last part was on the special revenue, the revenues that we received that were rather unique towards the end of 13 and the beginning of this fiscal year. We certainly didn't use that as a base. We know, I have a pretty good idea of what we think we can expect from that particular source. So in the remainder of this year and in next year, the forecast is based on a much lower amount from that particular source.
So we're not going into the election with the expectation that we are healthier than we really are, especially on the sales tax issue. Now, what about, I'm concerned about the general fund. We've had a situation in the last decade where we had, 3 years where there's virtual no growth. Suppose we have a period of 2 years of no growth in the future. What happens to our decisions? We have these COPS obligations now that are guaranteed, and does that mean that we lose the flexibility in our general fund to meet the unexpected?
Lalo Perez, Chief Financial Officer. Good questions, and I would say it would be no different than what we did, in 09, 10, where we had to restructure our general fund, and that called for contracting out some services, reduction in staff, and some temporary non-funding of some obligations. We did it on a temporary basis. So if for some unforeseen reason we would get into that situation, we would have to take a look at all those initiatives that we took a look at in the past, and then anything new. But you're correct that once we make that commitment, that obligation's there until the 20 or 30-year payment is made.
May I add just something to that, Councilmember Schmidt and Lalo? So, and then obviously it's one of the reasons we try to have reserves and those sorts of things, but actually in the committee's recommendation, if you look down here, we actually left an $8 million infrastructure reserve amount unallocated, both to deal with unexpected expenditure costs, or it could deal with unexpected, revenue flows potentially.
And then also to add to that, this council and prior councils have been very prudent in managing the reserves for the general fund itself, which is, we call it the budget stabilization reserve. It's at 18.5% as a target, which equates to $30 million. Now, I've been a big proponent of saying you don't use the reserves unless you really have to. And I would still, hold that position, but there's no reason why you couldn't go to a 15% for a short period to bridge any adjustments that you would need to make. So I think, I feel that we're well positioned to be able to adjust for a cyclical. Obviously, this last downturn was not expected and was much heavier than we anticipated, so we had to make a lot of difficult choices.
Yeah. I do notice also you did not carry over the lease of the existing police building for, $19 million. Should that be in the bottom of the column there?
Yeah, that's technically future available funding that would be there and that's unallocated.
Yeah. But it means in 3 or 4 years we should have a flow of income that would help our reserves.
Yeah. So a little bit longer period, I think the staff thinks in 3 or 4, but 6 or 7 years. Just looking at getting the building ultimately planned for, constructed, moved out, retrofit this, whatever, and then leasing it.
And just the unexpected. Suppose, for example, the golf course takes an extra 12 months. That could be a big general fund hit up front. Does that affect the election?
And that's part of the discussions we've been having internally about, it's a synchronized dance, is the best way that I can describe it, that there are certain steps that we're going to put into place. So what's also into play here is the post office, as well as the golf course, because there's a potential that the city could be selected and have the opportunity to acquire the post office. And part of our thinking at the moment is that we would borrow from the Stanford Hospital Expansion Development Agreement funds to get ourselves to bridge the acquisition, to potentially bridge the golf course if we need to, because not all the funds are on hand. And then we would issue debt, the COPS, to replenish those funds, so then those funds could be freed up and used for the remaining projects. So it's a matter of time, it's a matter of resources, so it's all of that needs to be coordinated. But we feel that given the scenarios that we have in front of you and the time that we're going to need to go through these the projects and process, that we can do this.
Yeah. So we're leveraging ourselves during good times. Let's see, one last question to the amendment that's on the floor. Are we talking about asking for 2 different things, possibly a 1/8 cent tax plus a 2% TOT?
No. So all I'm asking for is that we go out and do more. I'm not even saying that we do this.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Berman, I don't think.
So no,
I think
the answer is no. Just one or the other. And just research the sales tax.
The 1/8 by itself, if we came back and said, oh, it's going to pass, would not cover the expenses. We'd still need 2% on the TOT.
No, we would not.
Oh, the 1/8 would
correct.
Be by itself.
There'd be a small gap that we
I'm
could
sorry,
get into.
can we, the motion is the motion, it would go back to committee for more.
Yeah, I'm just asking what the committee is going to talk about. So it would substitute for any TOT. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Scharf.
Thanks. So one of my concerns with the substitute motion is that it seems to produce 43.4 million less. So 10 million. No, 43.4. So what I looked at, and that's what I was going to ask, is I saw that the 3 percentage point in the TOT creates 79.8 million. Okay?
It creates 46.2 million.
46.2 million is a 3%. Under step 2.
So where does it say that? It said, but no, because it's on new revenue. So it's on all the hotels, right? Because why is it on page 7, packet page 7? It says new rate revenue, expected revenue from new hotels. So is that just all the hotel revenue? Am I just missing that?
It includes the new hotels coming online as well, in addition to the increase.
Which are more than just the 3% marginal increases.
Okay. So the difference then is what, 10 million?
It's 46.2 million for 3% COP and 36.4 million for
So it's roughly 10
1/8.
million. Okay. So we'd still have to cut $10 million off of something.
I can't talk.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand. You can't talk.
Just if you could give us your thoughts on this particular motion, and then I'm going to go out to, because you have spoken to the other motion.
Right. No, my particular thoughts on this motion is that it produces $10 million less, and I think we'd have to cut $10 million somewhere. That's my thoughts on it.
Are you finished?
From the motion.
No, from paying for everything.
Yeah, we'd have to find.
Okay, Councilmember Hallman, let's let you take. And I'm sorry, I should have called on you before, Scharf, because go ahead and speak to the substantive concepts of everything, and then talk about this particular 1/8 or TOT or whatever, and so that we can not go out for another round on substantive things. So.
Well, that could be problematic because I think I have an amendment to the main motion. So the substitute motion, I'm sympathetic to the 8% sales tax. But I have to say that Councilmember Klein was pretty convincing when he talked about, should this fail, which isn't as much of a slam dunk as the TOT is, that we're not going to go there again for a long time. And it's very hard to then go back with a TOT, and it also is a lag in time. And the surveys showed that we can't do the 8% sales tax or a sales tax, and it was a 1/4%. I mean, to Councilor Berman's point, it was a 1/4%, but it didn't look like, and staff correct me if I'm wrong here, that was it either an 8% or a 1/4% sales tax increase that wouldn't marry well with a TOT increase? Was it either one of those wouldn't marry well? Yes.
Two measures.
Yes.
I think the general feeling is very negative for the most part about more than one measure, right?
That's correct. Dave Metz from FM3, who's been here to answer questions before, said that a measure with the polling level of the sales tax probably would fare very, very poorly if it was accompanied with another measure.
Okay. That's too bad. I would like the combination, but that's what I read the polling to be for a 1/4%, but it sounds like it's going to be the same if it's 8% as well. So, okay, I will have, when it gets back to the main motion, I will have an amendment to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take my turn now. First off, I'm going to speak substantively to the infrastructure work that got completed here and the featuring of how to manage to get a public safety building. I think that's excellent work, and it really is one of my goals to try to figure that out. I like the way things got shaped. I think, Jim, you came back at one point when I was still on the committee and really helped kind of move us forward with focusing on how we could maybe match things up and go back out for polling, and so that we could start to crystallize our thinking as to what we really wanted to try to get accomplished. And I think that basically you've accomplished everything except for these items down here, Parks Catch-Up and Downtown Parking Garage and California Avenue Garage on the unfunded projects. There's a lot to do in this community. I think that we have to go forward with a strong statement of how we're going to collect the revenues that we need to in order to support where we are just today to catch up, which I think we've gone over many times when we take up the IBRIC, and then beyond. So, and I think that the systems that are starting to come into place right now are helping us grasp some of that so that we can modernize and keep up with fees and such. So in this particular case, though, I find it very, very compelling to have the TOT. It just is compelling at this point in time. I do believe in a sales tax. I definitely want to do a sales tax, but at some point I think that I know that the reason why all of San Mateo County has this higher sales tax is so they can get grade separations for Caltrain. So I think that that does influence me, the fact that this will actually be able to go out to the voters a little more easily than a sales tax initiative. And so I will not be voting for the substitute motion, and I will be voting on the main motion. So with no more lights, let's go ahead and vote on the substitute motion. That motion fails with Councilmember Nissen-Berman's supporting it. And Councilmember Berman, you have your light on.
All right, so I'm going to follow this up again. And I'm now going to make an amendment to the motion to change it from a 3% TOT to a 2% TOT. I guess I'll throw out the amendment first and then speak to it if I get a second. Okay, the motion was made by Councilmember Berman, seconded by Councilmember Burt. So speak to your motion. I'll quickly speak to, again, I think going up to what San Francisco is a little more palatable than going and being the highest in the Bay Area, which I don't think is something I'm not very comfortable with that. I also don't think it's necessary, and I'll now get a chance to speak a little bit to Councilmember Scharf's comment about where we save money or where we cut. And so a 2% TOT increase creates about $15 million less in revenue than a 3% TOT increase. So we'd have to find a way to make up $15 million or cut a couple of $1 million in projects. And by cut, we don't mean not do. We mean move it to our annual CIP process, which has a lot of money in it, and I think has the opportunity to have more money in it, or the infrastructure reserve, as the economy is strong, and as Joe Saccio mentioned, and the staff report mentions, we're being conservative on some of our revenue generating. Our anticipated revenue generation from some of these things, and there might be additional money there that could get funneled to the CIP process or to the infrastructure reserve. So to quickly speak to a couple of items, I initially in the infrastructure committee actually did not support using the infrastructure reserve of $8 million. I thought we should set that aside and keep that in our back pocket. That was when I didn't realize that we were going to try to fund every item in one bite. And if we are doing that, which we really are, going to these remaining unfunded projects, the only one there that I really believe we need to do is the Parks Catch-Up for $4.3 million. A lot of the parking numbers are guesses, and they're guesses that were used based on either amounts that we went out to poll with, but that weren't actually in any sort of concrete analysis that we did as to what our parking needs were, or they're based on parking garage numbers. For instance, the downtown is lots D and P. We had a discussion at the council level about lot D, but lot P, if I recall correctly, did not rate well in the analysis that was done. And I'm not convinced that we need 214 plus 89, so almost 300 parking spaces downtown, especially with all the additional things that we're doing to decrease the amount of demand on parking and better manage the supply we currently have. So when I look at the remaining unfunded projects, I see Parks Catch-Up at $4.3 million as the real item there. I'm less convinced that the Cal Ave garage and downtown parking garage should really be there. we have an infrastructure reserve of $8 million, and I know that staff has spoken some to cash flow concerns, and I asked a lot of questions, and staff was kind enough to get me back answers to. But the more I think about it, kind of the less, and you guys know better than I, but it seems like if we're setting aside $57 million for a public safety building that we're not going to really start spending much money on until the middle of 2016 at the earliest, and it's not all 57. You subtract out it's 24 million that we've got there that can be spent on things. I mean, that can be used for cash flow purposes. We're looking at $14 million for 2 fire stations, but we're not going to build them both at the same time. We know that the fire department wants to build one first and then the other, so there's another $7 million, that can be used for cash flow purposes. It seems like if we look at a lot of it, I don't think we're going to spend $28.5 million on a bike and pedestrian plan all in the first year. I mean, that's not the way that this stuff works. And so this is all a way of me getting to saying I'm more comfortable allocating that $8 million in infrastructure reserve for some of these projects, or essentially, as Councilmember Sharp was saying, to help bridge that $15 million gap. Other ways that we could bridge the gap is just looking at some of the, would we be comfortable moving $3 or $4 million from the bike and pedestrian plan, some of the very low tier priorities, into the CIP process and saying, you know what, we're not going to fund that through this. We're going to fund it through the CIP process. We're going to fund all of our important priorities, but I'm sure we can carve out a couple million out of $28 million to say this doesn't need to get funded in fiscal year 2015 or 2016. Or even could be funded that way, but through the CIP process. So, I think that there are ways to bridge that $15 million gap, and I'm more comfortable with the 2% increase and finding ways to do that. I'll stop talking.
Councilmember Burt, would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah. So I look at this calculation a little bit differently, rather than in all likelihood having to shave, which we could do if we had to on the expense side. But we've been very conservative on the revenues. The difference between the 2% and the 3% results in, I was trying to figure it out, about one place it says $1.1 million a year, another it said I think 1.3 the way I added it up, but in that range, which leverages to about a little less than 15 million in COPs. So that's the difference in capital dollars that we would have to come up with. Well, the lease back of the old public safety building is listed as 19, and there's a lag of a couple years, but ultimately it's there. And so those dollars can be leveraged into about 19 million in COP. So right there it covers it. And then if you look on page 8, the staff talks, as Joe had mentioned, that up at the top of the table that they've only added in about 70% of the anticipated additional hotel revenue. That excludes Mings, which is permitted and funded, but it's not, so it's doubly conservative there. It excludes Mings, but it's just the hotels under construction, nearing coming online. And that actually, I think, is based on the 2013. If you look at the 2014 and roughly do the math, that's about $12 million a year in TOT this year. And if you were to take the 30% discounting that staff has done off of that, that's $3.6 million a year. That's like over $40 million in leveraged certificate of participation if you used all of it for that. And I'm not advocating it. I like that staff has been conservative on it. I just want to point out that if you take about a quarter of what they've set aside in the surplus TOT that looks like we're likely to have beyond what we've projected, that's $10 million a year in leveraged capital expenditures, $19 million on the public safety building, and it doesn't even include things like the Mings or the reserve. So we have the funds to be able to meet our step 2 capital goals at the 2%. And I'm sorry, I neglected to mention the other point, which is that I really think that it's one thing for us to equal the highest in the region. It's the other for us to exceed the highest in the region. And I think it's going to harm our reputation. Just that difference does matter. I do agree that other surrounding communities will bridge the gap. Cities like Mountain View that are at 10, if we're at 14, they're very likely to go to 12 soon. So I don't think we're going to be outliers, bad outliers at 14, but at 15 I think we would be.
Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, I'm going to be supporting the amendment, and Councilmember Burt, I don't need to speak to the points about financing that have already been spoken to, but just to kind of enhance the point that Councilmember Burt was making about highest in not the region, but the state. The staff report says that across California, TOT rates range from a low of 9.5% to a high of 15% across the state. So I think, Palo Alto sometimes internally and sometimes externally is viewed as being a little precious, being a little bit like having an ego. And I don't think this reflects well on the image of Palo Alto. I agree that other communities will come up somewhat. I think I remember a council member in Mountain View saying not so long ago that they're looking at a 12% as opposed to 10% where they are now. I can't remember for sure, but I think that's what I was hearing. But still, at 14%, we're on the high end. 15%, we're bragging. If not being obnoxious, I think, just perceptually. I'll be supporting the amendment for 14% as opposed to the 15%. And then I have a clarification to the main motion. I don't know if the mayor wants me to make that now instead of coming back.
Let's hold off on the main motion.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, let's cover this first. Okay, Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. A couple things. First of all, I think that we're in grasp of getting this done. If we go ahead and lower this to 2%, we put that at risk. All we need to think about is construction costs are rising dramatically at this moment. We're saying $57 million for the public safety building. Could be $67 million. Could be $70 million. You're saying $10 million for land. Land prices are rising dramatically. You don't really know. And to parse this down as if these numbers have been vetted by engineers' estimates and that, I think it's foolish. So I think we make a huge mistake by not locking this up and getting it done for the community. I even hate to mention it. I mean, Mitchell Park, sometimes things go wrong. We're doing a ton of infrastructure work here. I mean, lots. Are there going to be cost overruns? Yes. Look at California Avenue. When we started that, I forget, it was $3.5, $4 million. Now it's $7.5 million. If you'd had California Avenue on this sheet, it would have been $4 million, 3.5, somewhere in that. If I'm getting the numbers wrong, feel free to correct me. But, it's now $7.5 million. So I think we have to be really careful on this. And, I just don't understand why we wouldn't go for the 15%, frankly. I think it makes it safe for the community. I think we can then tell the community, we're going to get this done. We're going to have the money, rather than trying to parse out to the last dime. Now, as to the issues, I know San Francisco says they have a 14% TOT tax. They don't. I know every time I stay in San Francisco, on my bill, it's like 15.5%. And I know they call it other little things, but it's not 14%. It's 15.5 or something like that. And, I asked staff actually to look into this issue and come back with it and show what it is, but I don't see it in the report. And, I think any notion that people won't stay in Palo Alto is because we're not 14 or 15, which is, 1% on, say, an average of $200. That's $2, right? So really, we're going to put all this hard work of the last 4.5 years at risk over someone spending an extra $2 on their hotel tax room. I think that's crazy. It makes absolutely no sense to me. So I would really hope that we would go with the 15%. We know then we've accomplished our goal. We know it's going to work, rather than really saying to ourselves, let's go with 2% and put this at risk. And then we may not be able to deliver what we've promised. And this has happened to us before. Let's go look at the storm drain stuff. I don't remember all the storm drain stuff getting done. We promised that we were going to do all this stuff on the storm drain. We didn't do it all. And we ended up doing something funky in the mayor's neighborhood, if I recall. And that's a direct result of not having enough money. And that's going to happen again. I mean, it's clear to me that this is, just going down the wrong path. So I really hope we'll support the 15% and, wrap this up and get it done.
Vice Mayor Niss.
Well, Greg, I appreciate your passion on this and your interest in the 3%, but I switched your vote. But I really hear what Councilmember Holman is saying, and I think that's absolutely the case. There are times when we just think we are so special, and that yes, we are so special, and I think that diminishes who we are, and I think in many ways it makes us look almost as though we're somewhat callous in how we go about treating those people who are visiting us either as tourists or as business. I'm having a hard time going with the additional 2%. So to support the 14 is certainly not where I would have been on this to begin with. As you know, I supported Councilmember Berman's go back out and let's see if they'll do a sales tax increase of just 1/8 of a cent. So I will support this. But I think what it says is that we could go to 16%, 18%, 20%. I mean, we've chosen this because we've identified a group of projects that we think need to be doing. And Councilmember Klein said this is the kind of thing the community absolutely will buy into. I think that's true. But I also think they'll look at some of these and say, that's not a particular interest to me. So there are some on this list that are very persuasive. There's some that are not. We'll see where the safety building comes out in this, because that was the good part of our conversation earlier tonight. And our vote now, as I look down here, is going to change a number of things that we were looking at earlier in the evening. So I would hope that this passes. I think that it would allow us to all go together in unison. And I think it's going to be very important that we agree on the amount that we're taking to the community, because the community needs to feel that we're at least in unison on this. Once we have put it on the ballot, as Councilmember Berman said earlier, it then is up to the public, because we will need a different committee to bring this to pass. So I am supporting it and pleased to do so.
Councilmember Klein.
Well, I've gone back and forth on whether a 2% or a 3% increase. Initially, on the committee level, I was in favor of only 2. Then I was persuaded to go by the 3. Actually, I was willing to go with only the 2, primarily because I wanted to use the $8 million in reserves that you see there at the lower right-hand corner of the chart. And staff, particularly Lalo, persuaded me that that is going to be needed for cash flow differentials. And I think it may be. It's really hard to track how the cash is going to flow on all of this, because it's not only these projects that are listed on this chart, but also other things like possibly the post office and some other projects that Lalo threw in there. It's a really complicated thing. I, for my own purposes, didn't want to use and didn't use the $19.5 million from a possible reuse of the present public safety building, primarily because it's too far out. It's not 3 or 4 years out. I think it's more like 6 or 7 years out, because by the time we identify a building, that's a year, build it 2, 3, 4 years, then you have to retrofit the existing building. So it's just too far out for me. But I'm more interested in having the council move forward. So if I could, I'd go for 14.5%. So I can go either way. I do want to point out that, in agreeing with Councilmember Scharf, that other cities do have higher ones. I think the staff has not identified it properly. I can tell you, as a matter of personal experience, and the committee's heard this before, I was in Santa Monica studying there, and on January 1st, and the total room tax was 15.5% in Santa Monica. And the way they got there is just the way Greg described it. They have 2 different taxes.
It's not just one.
No.
Why don't we add another tax?
That would make you feel good. I'm sure Greg would go along with that. And a lot of other cities that have extras besides their transit occupancy tax. They have stadium taxes, and they have convention taxes and vacationers taxes and so forth that get you up to something a lot more than 15%. But I'll come down in favor of the 14 just because of the optics of it, and also because I think that we can get all the projects in. I don't have any faith at all that we're going to cut projects or should cut projects. So there I really have to disagree with Councilmember Berman. We need to get all of these things done. This is not a want list, this is a need list. And that I think if his idea is that we're going to cut projects to get in within...
Interpreting what I said.
I don't think so. No.
We can talk about it.
Once again, let's just speak to the motion right now.
I am. Then I think that where we're going to make up the money is by being a little bit more aggressive on some of our assumptions. We can squeeze more out on the certificates of participation, primarily by, instead of using just a 70% coverage, by going to perhaps 75 or 80 or whatever the bond council people will let us use. And I think we can probably make something use out of the reserves. But I think that we need to really commit to ourselves and to our successors on the council that we are going to get all these projects done. So for all those reasons, I come down on the 14 side.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you. I feel quite strongly about keeping it at the 3%. I think all the work that the Infrastructure Committee's done and the very excellent staff work that's been part of this, producing all this documentation and information, is very persuasive. I personally want to be part of a council that really we have the transformative experiences in this town, so that we produce the things we've talked about for many, many years. There are many people in this community who, as an example, strongly support the bike and ped plan and all these other items that have been so carefully articulated and presented to us. I think this is an opportunity for us to move boldly forward. And if we keep going back and forth in the numbers, I think it's an important conversation. Wherever we end up, we will strongly support it as a council, and we will strongly promote this to the community. There's no question about that. But I feel that if we kind of continue to parse this into different pieces, and then we can use this money and move this here, do that, that'll happen anyway. And I think a much more conservative approach in terms of the overall, in my mind, if we really want to aggressively move forward, is to go with the 15%. And I'm much, much more comfortable with that, and I think it makes a lot more sense. There's been a lot of debate and discussion on this, and I know we will continue to do that. But I think that the TOT makes sense for the other reasons that have been mentioned by my colleagues. And I would anticipate other cities are going to move up. And frankly, I don't think the reputation of Palo Alto is going to be changed by our TOT rate. For Pete's sake, it's much more complicated than that. You know, there are a lot of reasons people and individuals perceive us this way or that way. If we really produce these results, that are improvements to the community or improvements to the sub-region, that's a very positive thing. And frankly, I don't think the perception of Palo Alto rests on our TOT. I mean, honestly, I find that comment something I simply can't relate to. And all of us are sensitive to how we're perceived. Our primary responsibility right now is to work on ways to comprehensively and thoughtfully fund these very, very important projects. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and jump in here. And this is where I get stuck a little bit. We have this ridiculous Prop 13 process that we have to go through, which is getting this to be a very difficult debate to try to figure out how to add revenue to the city with a tax measure. And yet at the same time, businesses that don't change hands keep a very low Prop 13, property taxes. And at some point, we need to somehow insert ourselves as a city and be able to access some funds that come through this city through either, in this case, the transit occupancy tax, in other ways where people come and use our city and we give them a good experience. And so in this case, with between the 2% and the 3%, I do want to get everything done. I think that we do run the risk of not having quite enough if we don't go ahead and put this to bed at 15%. So I will be supporting the 3%, even though I can see just looking here that this is probably going to, the substitute motion's going to pass. But I do think that for that extra $1 for the night for $100, it's not going to be such a turnoff to stay either here close to your kids at Stanford or have to go down to Mountain View and then drive up or someplace else and drive up into Palo Alto in order to have your Stanford experience with your kids. I just don't think that is an experience that anybody would want to have, because I think the hotel rates are very similar between the two different cities. And so for that reason, I will not be supporting the substitute motion. Now, Karen, I told you that I would go back out to you. You do want to make an amendment to this, and I hope it's not too substantive that we go through another round.
No, it's really almost it's a clarification and a point of order. So this amendment, actually what it does is it changes 3% to 2%, but what's happened here is, and I thought it was going to be changed when this was becoming an amendment, but it really is a restating of the original motion with changing 3% to 2%. So
I think we have the entire thing restated. So
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
So I think we're fine.
It's a restate. So given that, personally, I would like a little bit of a clarification on line 4, where it says approve the infrastructure project funding plan. That's kind of vague, and I look at us going back to this and even looking at it.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. This is not speaking to the amendment.
We're going to take this out to a vote, and this is in the amendment. We've got the entire motion in the amendment.
That's right.
It says 2% instead of 3%.
Correct.
And before we go to the vote, I did promise her that she would be able to speak to an adjust.
Why couldn't she speak to the main motion when after the amendment is voted up or down?
Because we won't be returning to this if this passes, then we won't be able to change any of the wording. So she does have a question. I promised her that she would be able to get that solved before we...
Well, except that this amendment restates the whole motion.
Yeah.
So if we vote on this amendment, it looks like there's no other vote to take.
I think you want to get a grasp on the procedures. This is an amendment. All it does is change the word 3 to 2.
Well, that was my point. That's
not
my
what's
point.
Written
That's
right
not what's here.
What's written right here is...
There we go. Let's go with this.
Okay, so we're just doing 2%. Is that okay, Councilmember Holman?
I am
We're
good
going to
if
go ahead and...
If all the amendment does is change this 3 to 2, yes. I don't need to speak to this. I can go back to the main motion and make my comment there.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're going to... Are you finishing this up?
Do what?
I want to make sure that they finish it up. 3% to 2 percentage points.
Change the TOT increase.
Right.
Unless we're going to dramatically.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. And that motion carries with Council Members Scharf, Shepherd, Price, and Schmid voting no. And now we are going to take
Councilmember Klein, would you like to reconsider? You could make your motion for reconsideration right now and change the vote. And vote like you did in committee.
Yeah, give it up, Greg, is what I've got.
Yeah. We're going to return to the main motion, which now is going to be a 2% increase. Councilmember Holman, would you like to make your
Yes, thank
speak
you.
to that?
I appreciate that, Nancy. And it's just a clarification, if we could scroll down so I could see the main motion. Okay, so it really is a clarification. Just bear with me for a moment. It says, 1, 2, 3, on the third line, that council approve the infrastructure project funding plan that allocates existing. That's very vague language for me. I would prefer, because there's no attachment numbers, there's no anything on here, that if it was, and I'm sorry, but it just seems very vague. If infrastructure project funding proposal, as is on the document, it's proposal, not plan. And if those are initial capped and it said something like included in March 3, 2014 staff report, so that we know what document it is that we're talking about. Does that make sense?
I think that makes sense, except that you're $10 million short. You're not? I mean, you have to move it. I mean, if you're explicitly looking at this, that sheet doesn't identify.
I understand that, but that's what's in the motion, and we don't have anything else to refer to, so we understand that we'll have to amend this, potentially. But it's very, very vague what's in the motion. So again, so to the city clerk, what I'm looking for is the clarification that it's infrastructure project funding proposal, all initial caps, proposal not plan, included in the March 3, 2014 staff report. Infrastructure project funding proposal.
This was Larry's motion.
It's infrastructure project initial cap funding, initial cap proposal, strike B. Yeah, funding. Proposal initial cap, strike the word B, as included in the March 3, 2014 infrastructure staff report.
And you want this inserted up above in the motion?
Yes, it would replace the language now where it says infrastructure project funding plan. This language would be inserted right there.
I'll accept that. Actually, to the clerk, I think that the Councilmember Holme means as included in this March 23rd, 2014 infrastructure project funding proposal staff report.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Klein.
I'll accept it as well.
Okay, in that case, I see no more lights.
Well, let's make sure she gets it correct first, if you don't mind. So that replaces those 4 words, infrastructure project funding plan. No, it's not right.
Can we just clear it up afterward? I think we all know what it means. It should read, it's just, the infrastructure project funding proposal as included in the March 3, 2014 staff report. Cut out all the extra other words. And then you can cut out that allocated existing and potential. the next word after staff report would be "and the recommendation." So it's strike to a prioritized project. And of course, with the amendment, it's now at 2%. Okay, colleagues?
Yes. No?
Molly, are you saying it's not quite right? Where are you looking?
Should it be as well as the recommendation?
Come on, what's the difference?
Actually, this motion should say 3% because the amendment changes it to 2%. Right, City Attorney?
Yeah, it should be, actually, I think that Karen's right. It should be with a 2%, 2 percentage point transient occupancy tax increase.
With a 3.
With a,
The other one says change.
okay, can we try one more time?
Yeah, sorry, I see what you're saying.
The motion is to approve the infrastructure committee recommendation that the council approve the infrastructure project funding proposal as included in the March 3, 2014 staff report with a 2 percentage point transient occupancy tax increase. Period.
That's not argument. That's,
The amendment changes it to 2.
yeah, but let's just.
Coming back to the council with the adjusted plan with the results from the thing.
Though by breaking it up, I got away from the council recommendation, the committee recommendation. So,
Let's do it.
if you got some other wording, let's move on.
Okay, are we ready to vote? So okay, let's vote on the board.
Yahoo.
And that motion carries. Councilmember Klein?
Yes, we need to have a follow-up return to the infrastructure committee to figure out how to handle the reduction in revenue. So I move that this item be returned to the infrastructure committee to consider changes in light of the reduction in the transit occupancy tax increase from 3 to 2.
Okay, motion was moved to send this back to committee, seconded by the mayor. So does anybody have any lights? I see none. I'm going to take this to a vote. And that motion carries. And there is no more business tonight, so I'm going to adjourn the meeting.